Okay. So, quick story for those of you watching us live. At about 3 in the morning this morning, our power went out for our entire grid. And it was interesting. It took me a minute to figure that out. Woke me up really quickly. Um, and so we were without power at about 8 o'clock. Power came back on. It was like, oh, thank God. Because I was genuinely worried that I would be without power today. Because it's storming out right now, and it's July 4th. So, entirely possible. Depending on the area, I've noticed, it kind of determines the, for lack of a better way to put it, work ethic of the people who work on stuff like that. But no, the power came back on, woo! And so I went around, fixed everything, reset the breakers, fixed all the clocks, get my computer going, no internet. Now, I'm not a good network engineer, because I never took to it that well. But I am enough of a network engineer that I could tell you, after some discussion, exactly what the problem was. Because basically something was shut down and didn't actually cycle back up at wherever their hub is around here, at their actual data center. So someone would have had to actually physically go into the office and hit the proper buttons and start up everything in order to get the internet back up. I can tell you exactly that's how it worked because I could get out from my router to like this next hub, but couldn't get past that. And I did a few other tests, which I'm not going to tell you about because it's really boring. But suffice it to say, I'm just sitting here like, well, I'm screwed because, again, the odds of someone being able to go in on July 4th while it's raining and do this were kind of low. So I actually went and laid down for a bit just to rest up for a little bit and came back. And literally at about 10:55, I kid you not, the internet finally switched back on. I actually had a tracker going constantly just to see the moment the internet came back on. And I'm just sitting here like, whatever, there's nothing I could do. And so I was trying to think, well, I mean, I guess I could get some recording done, or, I guess I could work on the next Then and Now, or I could work on the Primus thing. And I'm just sitting here thinking about what I could do today instead of streaming, since I wouldn't even have the ability to tell you guys that I wasn't streaming. But then the internet came back. So, yay. What do you... Oh, yeah, no, I caught that too, Junk. I should have talked about it, but I didn't. Anyways, um, yeah, we've got a lot of rain. It is actively pouring rain out right now. So if I randomly go offline, it's probably either the power or the internet. Just a heads up. Um, Nothing I can really do about it. So I guess we'll just do what we can. I had a bunch of stuff to talk about, which I do not remember right now, to be completely honest with you. I had been preparing it. Oh, that's right. I was going to talk about some theories and how I think Kreia is still lying. And I know that's strange, but the idea that Kreia being a liar. But I think she's a liar. I think she's a lying sack of crap. So we'll be talking about that. And we'll be talking about Onderon a little bit, and I actually feel like there's some cool stuff to talk about lore-wise, politics-wise, actually. We're going to be talking about the politics of Onderon. I actually got a chance to talk with one of my friends last night about the Onderon situation, because it's actually a fascinating thing to talk about, really, when you think about it. We'll get into that. Let's just jump into it, shall we? Let's just jump in to the stuff. Oh, we're trying a slightly different audio balance, by the way, so let me know how it works for you guys.
What's going on?
I probably shouldn't be bringing Bowder to a Mandalorian camp. I'm sure he'll be fine. He's cool. He's got this. He doesn't have any problems with any of this. He's... Hey, Fajouk. Hi, everyone. By the way. Greetings to everyone this fine, fine morning. Meh.
All scouts report in.
Alright, where's the battle ring so we can beat the crap out of lots of Mandalorians? Just for you guys. We're not doing it for any other reason, really. We just really like beating the crap out of Mandalorians. Well, about time, Omni. Jesus. Good luck when you get back to it. Is this it over here? I thought it was in a different spot. I guess not. Okay, this has got to be it then. Hey, dude. I want to fight your guys.
So, you're the Jedi the camp was talking about. Are you planning on exploring the jungles to the south? I'm Zakkeg. I instruct our raw Mandalorian recruits in the ways of discipline and battle. I sent one of my warriors, Kumas, into the jungle. It's been 3 days, and I want you to bring back his corpse and his survival pack. Good point. I don't want his body, just his equipment. Field strip the corpse and bring the gear back.
I'm sorry, but I've always wondered at the design of the old Mandalorian helmets. They do not look comfortable or particularly useful.
Our numbers well. Our training hones us. Alright, stand back. Let's see if that... Sith's blood! Fixing anything in this rot-infested place is an uphill battle. This jungle attacks anything made by man. Restoring the generators and computer systems is no easy task. I'll take whatever help I can get. Whatever wires and tech haven't been corroded by the jungle are at least 10 years old.
What's the problem?
I'm trying to get the relay dish operational, but several components are broken and need repair. Without the relay, we're vulnerable to attack, especially right now. Your space battle may have attracted unwanted attention, and our shuttle's sensors can't cover the whole moon.
Yeah, I mean, we know Boba actually has sensors on the inside of his helmet, so it's possible these guys do. It's just... I don't actually... It looks really uncomfortable. Like, it literally looks like it's like their faces just barely fit into it, you know what I mean?
Seems just about everything involved with a relay dish is broken. I've been trying to fix it for weeks and still no success.
I can take a look at it, if you will permit it.
If you think you can help, there's the broken cables right over there, and the relay maintenance structure's behind me. You can find the telemetry computer in there. The only thing I know for sure is we need a new phase pulse converter for the tracking computer.
Even in those ones, Fu? So all the Mandalorian helmets have that thing? God. Whatever.
That part's rare enough in most spaceports. Finding one here would be difficult.
We actually already found one in an old weapons cache, but flaming Canox ate it. That's the problem with Canox. They'll leave you alone if you keep your distance. But if you turn your back on the pests, they'll eat anything they can get in their mouth. We checked the cache manifests, and that's the only one that was in storage. It's probably the only working converter on this moon. They're vermin, and no challenge for a Mandalorian. Since they provide no sport, we ignore them. Just gut every Canoc you come across. You wouldn't believe the things you can find in those little beasts.
Okay.
Alright then. Come back when you have the converter and we can see about getting these systems working again.
The next Lorerun we do will be the entire Kingdom Hearts series. The next Lorerun after that will either be the entire Warcraft series or the entire Starcraft series. One of the two.
We've called off our patrols outside the camp. We usually find some entertainment in clearing out the worst of the beasts. But without our patrols, some of the larger beasts may be around. None of us will be around to bail you out of trouble. You've been warned.
It's funny you say that, Wolf Dog. There's actually a thing in lore about how Jedi outfits are actually just a little bit uncomfortable in order to keep you fully aware, because you have to constantly be focusing on keeping yourself calm while you're like...
Our sensors picked up 3 ships
Hey,
landing
Marley.
in this area after the space battle. If any of the Onderon military come searching for those ships, we don't want them finding our base.
I like how he says military, by the way. Ah, yes. Onderon military. We've dismissed this claim. Blah, blah, blah. Where in the world is the stupid thing? Where is it? I saw it on the way in. Seriously. I'm so confused right now. Aha! There we go. Okay, we're good, we're good. I just really want to beat up some Mandalorians right now.
So the Jedi Order isn't completely dead. You always had hidden strengths. Very hard for even the wisest Mandalore to judge and predict. I have studied much of the Jedi since our defeat. I would be honored to cross blades with you in the battle circle.
I don't know, honestly, Dakota. The only thing I remember is a very vague reference. Luke himself made a comment on how the robe was uncomfortable, and it was one he specifically got from Obi-Wan, and Luke was presuming that it was so that it would force him to concentrate. So I'm not actually sure if that's canon anywhere or not.
It is up to the sergeant. The battle circle was not designed to settle petty vendettas and rivalries. Its primary purpose...
We'll talk about politics when we get to the jungle.
Learning from books or holovis is useless when battle rages and soldiers are dying around you. Real knowledge can only be gained through combat. Perhaps we can learn from one another in time. You talk with the sergeant. Today is his day to preside over the circle. Each fight is different because the Mandalorian with greater honor dictates the terms of the engagement. But there will be no terms if we fight. Everyone else will deny you your lightsaber and the use of your force. But I want to fight you with all your skill. Victory isn't important in the battle circle. What is important is discovering more about yourself and your opponent.
I didn't sleep well, and I don't have anything to talk about here. That's the... I have plenty of things to talk about when we start talking about Onderon. For example, I want to talk about Freedon Nadd. I want to talk about the old Sith. I want to talk about my perspective on how Star Wars is. I want to talk about Exar Kun. I want to talk about the Onderon political situation. But I can't talk about any of that because everyone's talking, so I can't talk about that until we get out to the jungle. So for now, I'm just going to go mute.
Jedi comes to grace us. The battle circle is reserved only for real warriors. Your Jedi ways won't help you here. Jedi rely too much on their vaunted powers. They lose touch of the power of their arms and feet. Without your force, would you be a match for even the lowliest of Mandalorian warriors? If you want to try and fight us on our terms, that can be arranged. You are new here, so you will fight Davril. He is young, and has not been able to prove himself in battle. Davril, what are your terms?
No weapons, no Jedi tricks, and no items. Just fist and foot. A true test of strength.
Put your weapon away, Jedi. Don't step out of the circle and pull any death blow. No one dies in the battle circle. Step into the battle circle. Now you will experience a true fight.
The match between Jedi and Davril is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. Davril is just a recruit. I'm not surprised you won this fight. A challenger has expressed interest in fighting you. As little honor as you have gained, it is sufficient to accept his request. Let me know if you would fight again. Here to watch a fight or to participate? After defeating Davril, you have gained some small honor. There is a challenger for you. He is Kex, the quartermaster. Since he is the challenger. For Mandalore! As quartermaster, he has little opportunity for any glory and training. He isn't as skilled as Davril. I will send a runner to Kex. Prepare yourself for your fight, Jedi. The match between Kex and Jedi is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. If you want to fight again, let me know. Here to watch a fight or... You choose to fight again. Now face a real Mandalorian warrior. Tagrin, what are your terms? Just fist and foot like you fight with Davril. Nothing else. Tagrin chooses to fight hand to hand. Remember, no weapons allowed, and absolutely no use of your force.
Last Echo, I hate to point this out, but I'm always wrong. I mean...
The match between Jedi and Tagrin is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. You have fought well today. The only Mandalorians left for you to fight are our champions. No one can fight a champion until they have proven themselves worthy. And it must be real proof. The kind you gain fighting foes to the death. And a champion must observe and deem your actions worthy. There are two champions in the camp, Braylor and Kelborn. Until you prove yourself in their eyes, the battle circle is closed to you.
I was actually going to say, you know, given that most Jedi tend to use the Force as, like, part of their everyday existence, I'm not really 100% sure how they're supposed to deal with that. Whatever. So now, lots more talking!
I have lost. But this was no true contest. Jedi are skilled warriors, and I am young. I will train very hard to match you in combat next time. But there are others already here who are more than your equal. Braylor is one of the mightiest among us. He could teach you humility. You have prowess in battle, this cannot be denied. But your Jedi teachings prevent you from having a true warrior spirit. Jedi couldn't have beaten us in the Mandalorian Wars. It took a fallen Jedi to gain that honor.
So the Jedi Order isn't complete. I could only do that if I observed you fight an enemy in real combat. I have seen your matches so far, and I do not doubt your worthiness to face me. But the rules cannot be changed. The other champion, Kelborn, is in the jungle on a mission. Perhaps your paths will cross, and you'll have your opportunity there.
Hey, Loyalist. And Yafu, actually, I wouldn't be surprised if several Jedi literally are not aware of how much they actually use the Force. I mean, there are plenty of Jedi who say, oh no, I don't rely on the Force, FNAF, FNAF. But I think there are plenty of Jedi who literally are not fully aware of just how constantly they are channeling the Force through them in just everyday existence, heightening their awareness, their senses, their balance, their strength, you know, literally the kind of everyday sort of a thing, flowing through them kind of a thing, right? I mentioned this as well because I hate to point this out again, but one of the things I liked most about Luke is several times he was completely devoid of the Force, and in just about each occurrence and circumstance, he still managed to do pretty well for himself. But I again bring this up because Luke himself commented on how it felt like he was being blind the whole time and he was having trouble accomplishing several things. And when he finally the Force was returned to him, it was like, you know, it was like a breath of fresh air. Yeah. Hey, Lava. You're probably wondering why I'm not talking about the Mandalorians here. I don't have much else to say. I've already talked about the Mandalorians and about how they've got... I mean, Canderous himself explained them better than I really could. But ultimately, there really isn't much else to say at this point. It's like, well, here's the Mandalorians. They're still Mandalorian. Even when they're not trying to massacre entire worlds to deliberately provoke a galactic power into combat with them, they're still kind of bastards in their own right. Although there are decent Mandalorians, as with any group, because the Mandalorians, and I just want to point this out for the like 3 of you who don't know this, aren't actually a species. They're a mindset, an ideal, a clan kind of a thing, kind of similar to the Sand People, to use another example like that. We're reaching the end game at this point, Fenrir.
If you head outside the camp, remember that there won't be any patrols around.
Yep, blah, 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 blah.
We heard reports of a Zakkeg wandering the paths around here. They're a good challenge for Mandalorians.
Actually, no, Nero says.
Stay out of its way. Without us to back you up, you'll be dead in seconds.
There's a brief story that explains why the Mandalorians in Tor are firmly in the pet camp of the Sith Emperor, and the Mandalorians here who are under the Preserver. To summarize, because it's Tor, what basically happened is these Mandalorians under the Preserver went to hell and died, and everything went to crap. And then the Mandalore, the Pretender, I don't remember his name, took over and was like, "We follow the Sith Empire. We are now evil." And that leads to the Mandalorians being on the Imperial side in Tor. As an aside, with regards to Flipper's question, it's generally accepted that there's only 2 ways to think of this. Either we discount Tor, and therefore the Mandalorian clans just kind of slowly died out, despite the Preserver's actions. Or B, Tor is actually considered canon, and the Mandalorians died out as a result of being on the losing side in the war. Either way, pretty much after this game, the Mandalorian clan stopped being a thing for about 3,000 years, give or take, and won't actually be revitalized until Boba shows up. And Boba Fett actually is the one who will be the one who brings Mandalorians back into the thing. I don't remember Dog Andy's. It's one of the Sith Galactic Wars. Nah, whatever.
It's a huge red lizard that's built like a Baragwin battle tank. It has a hide so thick it might as well be Durasteel plating. We keep clearing them out of the area, but they keep coming back. They're tough opponents for non-Mandalorians.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I remember that one, actually, Nero's. Debatable Flipper, but I would say no, because that is, not only is that pulling it technically, but again, the Mandalorian thing is a mindset. It's like, saying you're, it's hard to come up with a real life equivalent. It's like saying you're I'm not having a good example coming up with it. Okay, it's like you're part of an organization which follows a particular philosophy and mindset, rather than you happen to qualify based on technicalities, you know. So, the Galactic Cold War is the one that leads up to the actual war. Then there's the actual war, which happens. Yes, I have talked about Knights of the Fallen Empire. No, I don't recommend Tor. Well, I guess Tor's not bad if you've never played MMOs before. The more you've played MMOs, the less you're probably likely going to be to enjoy it. So they're not. See, fearsome. I'm gonna have to talk about the Mandalorians again. The Mandalorians aren't really about honor and stuff like that. Not like the Klingons are. People like to compare the two, but honestly, the focus is different. The Klingons only care about honor, and for them, honor is basically brownie points. I know that sounds like a derogatory statement, but it's all about the politics of it. It's all about the culture of it. It's all about standing and political sway and who owes favors to you and whom you owe in favor. They use the word honor, but that's not actually what they mean in Klingon society. I'll be talking about this when we get to TNG. There are a very small handful of Klingons who actually mean the word honor when they say honor. Most of them just mean, their particular standing or their backing or their political sway or whatever, right? The Mandalorians, by contrast, they claim that they gain honor, but really the honor is like a way of saying that they are satisfied by what they actually do. Again, Canderous himself goes into this by talking about how it's all about the combat, the actual specific combat, the specific fighting, the actual act of combating others is all about is just basically the focus of all of Mandalorian society. So the honor side of things isn't really the focus for them. It's more like, win or lose, the fact that we go into this amazing fight, it's the fight that matters. It's also why the Mandalorians died out, if you ask my opinion on the matter, because any society that is focused entirely on combat as a way of providing for oneself in terms of your self-worth or in terms of your significance to your clan or your cultural or your societal standing or anything like that, is a society that is inevitably going to slowly self-destruct inch by inch by inch by inch until we get to the point what actually happened here, where they go into this massive war and get crushed and never actually really recover from this moment. I mean, there will be Mandalorians who go on and they're like, we're here, and then we're dead, and then we're here, and then we're dead. But the Mandalorians as a galactic power will never be after this point in time. And it's all because of that mindset. It is an inherently self-destructive mentality. Which is funny because that also, I was about to say, Fajouk just got there before me, it's also what causes the Sith to never really be long-term. Because the Sith have the exact same self-destructive mindset, it's just the Mandalorians tend to be smarter about it, and that says something about the Sith. But anyways, moving on.
You fight a Zakkeg. If you survived such a battle, you'd gain much honor. Strong words. It would be amusing to see you try to kill such a beast. Try the outlying jungle paths if you're determined to seek one out. And bring me back a trophy from your kill as proof of the deed.
Damn it. The jungle is taking over everything. Any progress with the... That's the best thing I've heard in weeks. I'll be sure to tell Mandalore about your help. Look, I have some extra parts and computer spikes. Take them. You can probably make better use of them than I can.
Actually, I agree with what Loyalist just said. The Mandalorians don't really compare to Klingons so much as they compare to Spartans. And as was pointed out, they're really purposeless in peacetime. It's just kind of... Hey, look. Cloaked guys. I don't remember, okay. I usually do Onderon last, so I don't remember any of this actually being difficult.
Jedi. I seek to reclaim the honor that you stole from me. I challenge you here, outside of the battle circle. This time, we fight to the death.
Okay, this is going to sound like a weird comparison, but one of the things I've talked about many times is... this is Mandalore! Is how the extremes of both sides tend to be flawed in their respective ways, right? I can use a Warcraft example to explain this for those of you familiar with that. The the Mandalorians are extreme in battle, right? But the Jedi are extremes in peace. Both of them are actually kind of flawed. What you need is someone who is inclined towards peace, but still willing to fight, and someone inclined towards fighting, but still willing to be peaceful. And you need both of these groups or organizations or whatever kind of working together in order to create an overall balance in leadership. I was going to say the Warcraft example, if Onderon and, say, I don't know, Illidan, just to use an example. I've talked about this before, for those of you who've caught this. Were both willing to be leaders together, you would have a balanced leadership between the two of them, but either one of them by themselves would not make nearly as good of a team, if that makes any sense. It's the same kind of situation we have in Star Wars. It's one of the reasons it's been believed for so long that certain eras lasted longer than others, was because there was a degree of balance in the leadership. It can be argued that the Galactic Empire under Palpatine would have lasted much, much longer if Tarkin hadn't completely destabilized it. And I mean, not even ignoring his evil situation, he was far more intended towards being a war leader when they weren't actually at war, you know? But anyways.
I was too young to fight in the Mandalorian Wars. With our clans scattered, there was no opportunity to prove myself. Years ago, young Mandalorians would fly point in a basilisk, laying waste to anything before them, at the forefront of battle. But this has been denied me. What little honor I have earned, you stripped from me in the battle circle. This I won't allow.
Actually, it just occurred to me. By the way, I agree with the gentleman, the Klingon in the STO mission. Absolutely agree with that. The guy who sings on his way into the... Anyways, this, what didn't he do, British? I don't want to get too much into that speech, but honestly, everything Tarkin did made the Empire worse. I do mean everything. This brings up something else interesting about the Mandalorians. They remind me in many ways. Now, I just realized I don't want to equate them to Klingons, and I keep saying Mandalorians are not Klingons, but I just realized there is another group, faction, which isn't even a species, that really strikes me of the Mandalorians. The clans from MechWarrior, from BattleTech, you know? Think about it for a moment. They go out, and the entire point of the clans of BattleTech was human aggression is a part of nature, so we're going to build it into our culture, a way to vent that aggression in a useful or non-destructive manner. I mean, that was literally the whole point about the clans. Of course, then they took that to an extreme, and it kind of went downhill, but, you know, whatever. But I actually don't know the origin of the Mandalorians, so it would be fascinating if that actually was something similar happened here, that the original Mandalorian clans were groups of people who, like, okay, we need an outlet for our vicious, aggressive nature and you know, fighting war. But I find it interesting. This reminded me of this because they tend to either be blind to or simply don't care about the actual horrors of combat. I mean, even in Star Wars, combat is kind of a messed up thing. You know, actually being in war, actually being in battle is not as bad as it is in real life, but it is not a good thing, and it can break most people. And yet most Mandalorians are like, rah, into battle. So again, oh my god, there's like 5 deer in my backyard. And there's a little one, too. There's a little baby. Hi. Just hanging out, eating the leaves. They really are. They're just eating the leaves. Sorry. Anyways. I kind of lost my train of thought. I saw movement over here, and I'm like, what? Yeah, there's 4 of them, looks like. 4 I can see from this angle. Anyways. I guess I could try. I don't think I can get them on camera. Hang on. Let's see if I can do this. Yeah. See if you can even see anything out the window, because it's so bright out there. Yeah, I don't think this is going to work. They're out there, I swear! Oh, whatever. Where was I? So yeah, I find myself wondering if the Mandalorians Well, because I perceive two possibilities personally. Either A, they are so dead to the possibility of violence that they're just like, what? Yeah, I lost my arm. Well, no big deal. And there's guts all over me. Yeah, not a big deal. Or, second possibility, they are, that is a big deer. Oh my goodness. They are actually affected by the horrible violence of war. And they just pretend not to let it get to them, because if they did, well, then they wouldn't have honor, would they? They wouldn't have standing. They wouldn't have whatever their particular status was. And so they constantly pretend to not be bothered by it. And this also leads itself towards the continued degradation of them as a people, because so many of them are getting horrified by all the terrible things they do, the trauma of it, the emotional destructiveness of it, all that stuff. And they're just like, no, I'm fine. And so they're getting worse and worse and worse. You see the direction I'm going with that? I kind of like the second explanation better.
You would deny my request? I want to fight here, in front of other Mandalorians, to prove my worth. Do not shame me further. There were no wars to fight, no great enemies to destroy. I wish this was a different age, where our armadas were a force to be feared. A Zakkeg? Those are the deadliest beasts in this part of the jungle. Patrols are right to be cautious about them. I'll do what I must to prove myself to the other Mandalorians. Fighting a Zakkeg would be a short-lived honor. What? Yes, I suppose that is possible. We would both gain recognition from that battle. Your plan is acceptable to me. Together we will destroy the Zakkeg. I will meet you there.
Hang on, I'll be right back. I want to see if... what the heck they're doing out there. They're just sitting in the middle of my lawn, eating the grass now. Just hanging out. What the heck? Oh, shoot. Oh, relax. It's just some deer. Whoops. Didn't mean to leave it spinning. Spinning in the rain. It doesn't stretch. It's not going to work, guys. I was actually looking for my phone so I could take a picture, but I'm not sure where my phone is. Whatever. Okay, let's hey, my ancient nemesis.
Take him down.
Actually, Wolfdog, I could completely see the similarities there, yeah. The irony is there is a Hirogen leader who sees that their culture is stagnant and is trying to find a way to preserve them. And it's the same exact thing that Canderous is doing. Oh, right, I should have brought Mira for this. I actually meant to, and completely spaced it. Oh, excuse me.
What's going on?
I'm good to go.
Hey, XV3RMIL. I have no idea how to say your name. Hey, what's up? I am terrible with names. Always have been. Vermilion! I see it now. Hey, Vermilion. What's up? Hey,
I don't like the
Zeiss.
sound of that. I think you've just stirred up a mine-out nest.
You asked for it.
remember hating that quest, Django. I think it's just because I had really, really bad RNG with it. I am admittedly extremely stupid. Anyone who's watched my series for any period of time knows just how stupid I am. I mean, the other day, I actually postulated that Kreia was not Brianna's mother. Okay, I feel better now. Yes, we are currently 100 towards a gray. I found this funny. My ancient nemesis over there, Gamer Techno, was the first person to actually donate towards gray. Because technically we had a thing, I'll try to demonstrate visually. You know, if this is light and this is dark, you could always donate towards gray, and so you'd have to dig yourself back out of the well to go back towards light or dark. You can do it, Omni. Seriously, you're probably gonna curb stomp them. Poor Gilgamesh. Oh, whoops, I already went this way. Yeah, exactly, Nerozes. In other words, I'm pretty sure we're just going to be staying gray at this point. We had a couple issues, Krenzler. 2 crashes. 2 of the 4 crashes we've had in the entire game were on Nar Shaddaa. So, yeah, reasonably buggy, but not too bad. Fun fact, Kay, I haven't actually been thinking about how you could get into Tufa all that much, because I'm... one thing I like to do as a GM, and one thing that I am encouraged to do frequently as a GM, is to set up a situation that's very difficult without me actually planning a way through it to encourage creativity in the players. So, you know. You got this, Kay! No, Dog Andes. I am not a pod person. Actually, fun fact, I've only had 2 crashes so far in the Fallout 3 roleplay. Which is good, because I need as few crashes as possible for that series. Oh, sorry. I just want to say happy 4th of July! AKA Canada Day. Or whatever. For those of you who are in the States. Ah, I got you, Django. I've been wondering about that, actually. I technically should have the best sabers in the game, and my stats are stupid. Hey, Kelborn.
What are you doing out here? It's dangerous for your kind. I am a Mandalorian scout. I don't go on patrol. Mandalore sent me out here personally to track a ship that landed in the area. No, it wasn't them. That ship was damaged and screaming its ID signature all the way down. This one was trying to slip in quietly, and it was keeping its eye on emissions to a minimum. Our sensors almost didn't pick it up. Just this corpse here. Looks like a scout. Pretty green, too. The fool walked right into a group of Canucks and got torn apart.
Whoever these visitors are, they don't know their terrain very well.
He can't have been the only one crawling around here. If there's more, we need to take them out. You up for some action?
Oh, and Zeiss, I just haven't gotten around to posting yet. Because you guys keep wanting to do a billion things. It's like, because there's a lot of roles involved. So, yeah. I don't know why, Mr. Blasty.
We can't let them find the camp, if that's what they're looking for. We need to track them down and make sure their trip here is real short. There's more of these scouts in the jungle. There's many paths, and I don't want
See you around,
them to slip
Krenzler.
by.
If we spot any scouts, we'll need to take them out fast before they can warn their companions.
If we split up, we should be able to find their scouts, if you're up for it. I'm going to take up a position to the east. You go west. I'll make sure none of them get past me.
It's actually funny that you say that, Loyalist, given the whole Beast War thing, which is... Well, we'll be talking about it in a minute here. Well, that is debatable, Kaon, obviously. But, yeah, it's probably Jackass. I mean, Chongo. Or was there another Mandalore in the more modern era? Because I know Boba becomes the Mandalore.
Set the staging camp up here. This jungle just never ends.
Lieutenant, 2 of our scout patrols haven't reported back.
2 more? Nothing is worth this.
More beasts!
Everyone, attack!
Debatable, Nero's asked, but the most common accepted answer to that is no. Now, there is an alternate possibility, which is very difficult to pull off. If you could somehow contain Nihilus, it is possible, theoretically, that Nihilus would simply starve to death. I don't mean, like, you know, he'd run out of physical food. I mean, he would literally stop being able to consume things, and therefore would stop being able to maintain himself as a cohesive being, and would dissipate, right? But that's, of course, theoretical, so... Yeah, I know, Micromono, like I said. I know Boba started them up again, and had this whole thing, and they kind of did some weird stuff with Fett's character, and it was weird.
What happened to Lon?
He got swarmed by those little beasts. I think they're called Canox.
I hope this mission is worth it to the Queen. If not... Wait, did you hear that?
That's him! Get him!
That's why I say it's kind of a complete theoretical that you could contain him, and then theoretical if he could starve. He might simply keep going. We don't know. Oh, ha, Dios. With magnets. That would be an interesting way to do that, wouldn't it? I'll let someone else answer that, because, like I said, I'm not that well versed in the modern Mandalorians, because I've just never had that much of an interest in that particular story.
I found more of their scouts, but they started shooting as soon as they saw me. I heard blaster rifle fire coming from deeper in the jungle. You find
Hey,
anything?
Zakkeg. Oh, yes, me. Ugh. Actually, Wolfdog, I've always been the impression, I don't think they say this anymore, but I've always been under the impression that Nihilus does exactly that he is literally constantly feeding on the force around him as like, you know, to keep himself going in short terms, and then he eats massive chunks of force every now and again for, you know, as an actual meal, if that makes any sense.
Surprised they wouldn't talk to you. I thought their grudge was only with Mandalorians. Find out anything useful from them? Colonel, huh? Could be Colonel Tobin. Tobin is General Vaklu's personal cat hound. If he's on your trail, you might want to steer clear of Onderon.
Oh, they're both dead.
I'm not surprised. He was probably acting on orders from Vaklu. If so, you've made some dangerous enemies.
I have to admit, it would be tremendously satisfying to see Vishay, who's like, I am unlimited power! And then Nihilus just walks in, and...
General Vaklu is the cousin of Queen Talia. He's also in charge of the Onderon military. He led the Onderon resistance when we occupied their world during the Mandalorian Wars. He was a worthy foe. Maybe more than a match for you. Mandalore needs to know about the scouts. I'll let him know your role in dealing with them. They're Onderon military, although they were trying to be secret about it. I've got a feeling you're going to need all the help you can get. One last thing about the battle circle. Your actions have proven you worthy of facing our best in the circle. Perhaps we can face each other there. See you at camp.
Excellent. Okay, so we did that. We need to go kill Massive Beast of Doom. Which I think are up this way. Viché's power is a little different, Flipper. Vicché specifically engenders this sort of ritualistic innate power to... there we go. To grow stronger by consuming the energy of others. Whereas Nihilus just kind of absorbs the energy in order to maintain himself. In other words, Vicché is more like... oh, what's a good analogy? I don't have a good analogy. Vicché is someone who goes stronger by eating. Nihilus is someone who grows more empty by eating. The two might sound like the same thing, but ultimately Vicché is growing stronger in the Force, whereas Nihilus is removing more of the Force, if that makes any sense. It's a power of presence versus absence. Which also means most people, myself included, think that Nihilus would just snack on Vicché like he wasn't even there. Well, I wasn't going to be derogatory towards Vicché when I have already done that so much. I mean, I've already done nothing but speak bad about the character. I still stand firm in my belief that Vicché was actually originally supposed to be Nihilus, and for some reason they just decided not to do it. Probably because of rights issues, if I were to guess. Because EA and BioWare were the ones who pushed forward for KoTOR, and Nihilus was technically a character that could be... they would owe rights to... or they would owe money to Chris Avallone for using that character, basically. Theoretically. So...
They aren't fully formed.
Yes, phew, exactly.
Urges,
phew. Sorry.
dominated by every breath and every moment. Primal and unsophisticated. Good. Beasts can be easier to affect than other sentients, but you must bridge the gap between what distinguishes us and them. Feel its consciousness, yes, like a low rumble before the storm. Use the Force to create a barrier.
Actually, Nihilus isn't dead, but only because of something stupid.
And subtlety.
Beast control. Is there ever a use for this? I do too, Django.
You came close, and you have potential. With practice, you can make any element passive and pliable. But the cage around their perceptions is a fragile thing. Many things can break its hold. Violence especially.
You know, Flipper, it's funny you say that. I had a pet theory, well, not a pet theory, like a pet alternate reality thing once, where the Sith Empire is like, oh, we are all this power, we will sit and wait and bide our time, and then just the Ravager just shows up and just starts eating its way through the entire Sith Empire. And that's what Nihilus is doing all of KoTOR too, and then he comes back and is like, well, I'm done.
With the Force, anything is possible. But that is the end of the lesson for now.
Possible loyalist, but there is no denying that Vicché is way too much of a really bad copy of Nihilus, and there's really only a few reasons why that could be. I mean, really. I guess we'll just have to explain it away with lazy writing. Sigh. Well, clearly the reason why my Cromano is here... Excuse me. I suppose while we're running around, we'll start talking about politics. So, let's talk about Onderon, because we're going to be doing a lot of conversations once we actually get to Onderon. By the way, I don't remember liking Dxun at all. In fact, I hate Dxun, but Onderon I really rather enjoy. We'll see if that's true on replay here. So, Onderon is a fascinating example of... a planetary power, which even at this old stage of the Republic is actually pretty rare for there to be for there to be Darth Clyde. Or I mean, sorry guys, I have a new nemesis. It is Darth Clyde. Well, I remember you, Darth Clyde, so thank you very much for the donation. I appreciate it, man. Would you like it to put it towards something? Like for Tor, against Tor, for Gray, more for Gray? You know. No, I don't, Jonko. I mean, there are actually some good writers. Oh, you weren't asking me that. There are actually some good writers in Tor. There really are. There's some good story stuff in Tor. It's just incredibly inconsistent because, like I said, there's like 14 frickin' writers who made Tor. I mean, it's even if they were all 14 of them were great writers, and they're not, it's ridiculously difficult to be consistent across 14 people with anything, you know? Sorry, but we are not the Borg. But anyways, so Onderon, right? So Onderon is a planetary power, right? And it's also practically. Hey, if I recognize a name, I tend to recognize it forever. I may not be good with names, but you know. Good. Final piece for that thing. Finally. Onderon is a planetary power. They have... Oh, okay. Light side, so we're going to lose some gray points here. Where are we? I can find it. There we go. We're now 80 light. Or 80 gray, excuse me. It's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind. Actually, I wasn't forgetting that at all, Kaon. Nor was I forgetting Assassin's Creed 3, I believe it was. One of the two. There's actually a moment in one of the Assassin's Creed games, I'm pretty sure it's in 3, where the main character asks his father, why is it the Templars and Assassins don't work together? And his response was, we actually work better when we're against each other, because that way we're more focused. When we're together, we're constantly worried about the other person betraying us. I still stand by my statement, but, you know, it is worth noting that there's something to be said about that. Hey.
The Zakkeg is just up ahead. Together we have a chance of defeating it.
Yes, I did, Darth Clyde. We ended up doing the light side ending, because I made a promise that I would not kill Mission, so I tend to keep my promises. And so yeah, and then we've been going through KoTOR 2. We did end up doing some really horribly evil things on Dantooine thanks to Tegrin. And we will never be able to hear Ithorians or Twi'leks talk again, while still maintaining our sanity. But it was fun, it was fun.
We go into the clearing and attack it. Either it dies or we do. Beasts of the jungle are fierce and powerful. Straightforward plans work the best. Then we fight.
Let's do it. Don't worry, I got this. Gilfa Dongasha, Gilfa. Gilfa Donga, Gilfa.
The spoils of battle to you. I'm going back to camp and we'll tell them about Eid here.
Gilfa! Or, I mean... Yeah, I've never been able to bring myself to kill Mission again. And I never really want to. Yeah, no kidding, Darklight. Django actually reminded me of the flurry speed combo in KoTOR 1, and I've been keeping doing it in KoTOR 2, and it's just... wow. So, I was talking... Onderon! Planetary power. Let me share a theory with you guys that you all are going to disagree with me on, because that's what you do. I share theories, you disagree with on it. I'm trying to break into the gamer theory market, or game theory, or whatever that show is called, because, you know, he constantly puts out theories, and nobody agrees with them. That's not the point, though. He puts out ridiculous theories specifically so that people can hear his ridiculous theories, right? So that's the plan now. I'm going to start giving ridiculous theories, and you guys can tell me just how stupid I am for my ridiculous theories.
Zargo is not wrong in thinking me dead. We assume that any Mandalorian who does not report back within a day has been taken by the jungle. I still live. I am just in a difficult situation. A patrol was sent to look for weapon caches in this region. They found 3 sites that looked promising. Zarga told me to prove myself by taking explosives to those sites and uncovering the caches, if they exist.
Did I hit save? Hey, Solder.
This was the first site. After easily dispatching some Maras, I removed my pack and began to plant my charges along this ridge. When I finished setting the charges, I looked down to see Canox swarming all over my pack. The pests were eating everything. I killed the Canox, but then a herd of Bomas arrived. I had no more ammo. The extra energy cells I had brought had been in my pack, so I've been up here, weaponless for 2 days.
We are currently... You can see it right up there, Solder. Okay, so let's see. A theory that you all can disagree with. My theory is that the Mass Effect 3 ending represents a stable time loop that leads to the beginning of Mass Effect 1, in which Shepard is constantly forced to relive the last few years of her life in endless torment while she is trying to break free from the thing. So it's like a variant on the indoctrination theory. The idea that when she was on the charge to the Citadel, she was like trapped in her own mind, or his mind as the case may be, and has been replaying Mass Effect 1 to 2 to 3, and then 1 to 2 to 3, and then 1 to 2 to 3 over and over and over for the remainder of their natural lives. And so Shepard will eventually starve to death. Right there. So.
Blaster rifles don't use much energy, and their energy cells last a long time. How often have you had to change ammo? I do not need you to echo my failures to me. I need your aid. You must have cleared a path to the beast coming here. If you take care of the Boma beast, I can make it to safety. Do you expect me to beg? I am not going to barter for my life. I only ask that you help a warrior face a more noble death than this. A patrol was sent to look for weapons. So, this was the first site. When I fit, your actions.
Oh yeah, sorry. But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory.
Blow up all my charges.
You mean this button here?
No.
Oh man. Well, he's dead.
We have seen much during the war. Is it your wish to continue causing such suffering?
Only the weak suffer, the strong endure.
As always, General, when you lead, I shall follow. But it is only because we have been through so much together.
Okay, yeah, no, we're not doing that. The real theory is that the old Sith were much, much weaker than anyone else in the more modern eras. That's the real theory I was going to share. I was going to use Freedon Nadd as a good example of this. Now, I know what you're going to say in contradiction to this immediately. The first thing you're going to say is, but Kreia said that all of those old people are, like, super powerful. And naturally, Kreia would never lie to us, right?
I'm grateful for your help, stranger. I'm returning to the Mandalorian camp now. I won't forget this.
I have only one request. Please, don't mention this incident to anyone.
I'll think about it. So, like I said, my theory is that the old Sith were pathetic. Much smaller in terms of power, much weaker in terms of strength, much smaller scale. Now let me give you one of my favorite examples of this. Freedon Nadd went and trained under Nagasado, right? And then Freedon Nadd cut Nagasado to become the new Sith Lord, and with his almighty power he went and conquered a planet. One planet. For a Sith Lord. Think about that for a moment. Now, I mentioned this as well because I've often felt that there are effectively two eras to Star Wars, really, and that one of them actually started here in the KoTOR region era. In fact, actually, I can say specifically the individual who I think started the second era of Star Wars. And that individual is Exar Kun. I've always had this perspective that in the older days, with the old hyperspace routes, with the weaker ability to travel across the galaxy, when everything was still the frontier and actually galactic travel was a much more dangerous and risky proposition, that everything was basically weaker and smaller scale back then. Conquering a whole planet was actually a really big deal back in that point in time. Being able to have that kind of power was significant, right? And so everything was weaker back then. The Force was weaker, the technology was weaker, the reach was weaker. But then it all changed when a single man decided to walk up and, as I've said before, I felt this one individual literally poisoned the Force and forced all the events that have happened over the last 70 or so years that lead to the end of KoTOR 2 and, debatably, Tor, which led to the revitalization of not only the Force, but galactic civilization and technology as a whole. Exar Kun. I've always felt that Exar Kun was the first truly powerful Force user in history. I've always felt that he was a big... I mean, he was a monster. And he actually showed up and was like, no, that's not... You guys are thinking way too small. And him betraying Freedon Nadd is probably one of the biggest... that is true, Django. One of the biggest examples, in my opinion, of the official turnover moment from when it went from the old era to the new era. Exar Kun managed to challenge half the galaxy, ripped the Force asunder, caused tons of damage and devastation, and was very well on his way towards literally conquering the entire galaxy and starting his new golden era. If it wasn't for a few lucky shots and his own flaws in a couple of ways, he probably would have succeeded. I personally hold Exar Kun, this is just my interpretation and perspective, of course, as one of the, and I do mean the, strongest of the individuals in all of Star Wars. Right up there with, Palpatine, Anakin, Luke, Revan, debatably. And so, yeah, now, we'll see, Takoida, what you and I are talking about is related, because first, the hyperspace lanes were settled. They developed the new method of hyperspace travel. And so we had this new situation of things. You're not listening to me, are you, Junko? I mean, I agree with you, but I feel like I'm failing to explain myself here. It's like in the older days, people might have been strong, but not as strong as they are in the modern days. People might have been powerful in terms of politics, in terms of military, but it's nothing compared to how they would be later on. It's the older thing, right? And the simile that you gave is actually very similar to what I'm thinking. The Greeks versus the Romans. The Greeks were certainly strong, advanced, skilled, but they were bugs compared to the Romans. The Romans just like, no. And so, that would have been awesome if Exar Kun had been the Emperor instead of Vishay. That would have been incredible. So anyways, my theory here is that, Exar Kun was the very first individual that started saying, no, we're going to think big, we're going to think Hwah! And everything after this point is the galaxy trying to adjust to this new mindset. All of a sudden, wars are being fought on a galactic level. All of a sudden, the Force was being used on a galactic level, etc., etc. Until it gets to the point where we have the standard, which is basically established and codified from this point onwards. and then we have wars after wars after wars. You get where I'm going with this, right? But it also, one of the reasons I also like that is it codifies the different feeling of the different eras. For example, I've often said in Star Trek, you know, the original series was the wild frontier, you know, trying to going the wrong way. Trying to go into the big unknown and explore it, and having no idea what you're going, flying by the seat of your pants, barely supported, that kind of a thing, right? Then the TNG era, well, actually more like the movies era. The movies era is, okay, we've explored the unknown. We have some degree of setup now, but what we do not have, where am I going? Right there. What we do not have is we have this whole political situation now. We have the Cold War situation. We have, you know, the political upheaval and the possibility of conflict. And then we have the TNG era, which is the winds of change era. Everything's changed. We, you know, now there is no frontier at this point. We have fully explored it. It's normal. We travel amongst it, commonplace, you know, and so forth and so on. It's the same idea over here in Star Wars. The idea that before Exar Kun, although it debatably was this way before. But anyways, pretty much up until Exar Kun, it was still the frontier mentality, the frontier ideal. And I'm going the wrong way again. But as I said, I'm sure you all guys would all disagree with me, and that's fine. But I have always, and I do mean always, had this mental impression that pretty much every single individual of the old Sith and the old Jedi were pathetic. And it wasn't, and nobody actually got really strong in the Force until Exar Kun, and even Kun was an exception. But that's just a theory. A Star Wars... Oh, no. A lore theory. There we go.
Any progress with the repairs or the phase pulse converter?
Yeah.
You do? Let me see. I don't know how, but these pieces look in good enough shape to repair. I'll have the telemetry computer repaired in no time.
I was actually deliberately discounting Alexander the Great, because, duh, I mean, right? That would be like, there is no really good analogy for what I'm thinking of. Unless you want to go with, like, something fantastical, like, say, the Tolkienverse. But that's actually the opposite. So I'm actually having trouble coming up with something that's equivalent to what I'm thinking of. I give up. I have given my theory, and you've all disagreed with it, so thank you for adhering to my desire for you guys to disagree with me. But that is honestly my perspective on it. You're not going to change my mind on it, because I've thought about this a lot. I've always felt that the old Sith and the old Jedi were basically small scale. Good, big scale for the time, but small scale when you compare it to all of Star Wars history. And I don't just mean the conquest. I don't just mean how big they are. I mean in terms of how powerful they are and stuff like that. To my knowledge, Fearsome, we know virtually nothing about galaxies outside of this one, other than the, I forget what they even call it, the one that the Vong are from.
I'll be sure to tell Mandalore how much help you've been. I know you didn't ask, but here's a reward anyway. Mandalorians are expected to do anything they can to help, but you're a stranger, and you didn't have to help us. All right, if you say so. Again, you have my gratitude.
Okay, we did that.
Damn it. Jungle's taking over everything.
Kelborn says you are worthy enough to face champions. You may fight in the battle circle again.
Does this answer you, Deutsch?
You have enough honor to face a champion of a previous day. Kelborn, what are your terms?
Swords only. No items or the Jedi's force. And no sword of the Jedi's choosing. Just a simple long blade.
Kelborn chooses to fight with the blade. You may fight with fist, foot, and the blade provided. No using the force or any other item.
Well, let me guess. This is where you drop tons and tons of mines on someone? Okay. Now, early on in the EU, they had this whole thing about how hyperspace didn't work outside of the galaxy, and there was no force outside the galaxy. That's changed a few times.
Mission for a
So.
Mandalorian. If you fight in the circle again this day, you will face the bravest and strongest of us, Braylor.
Probably Marka Ragnos, Nerazaz. Naga Sado actually did have a... God, that dog. Naga Sado was certainly intelligent enough, but Marka Ragnos had something else going for him.
Here to watch a fight or to participate?
Now, Freedon Nadd, he was pathetic, but we'll talk about him a little bit more in a minute.
We eagerly look forward to this fight. Braylor, you are our champion. How would you fight the Jedi?
No terms today, Sergeant. I would fight the Jedi with all of his arsenal.
Braylor will fight you as you are. Still no killing and no leaving the battle circle. But you may use whatever else you want.
Not that I'm aware. Pencil. I like how we're both fighting hand-to-hand here. Hey, Bio.
The match between
Hey,
Jedi
G-Man.
and Braylor is over. The Jedi is the clear and honorable victor. You have defeated the most worthy of us. You walk away the champion of the battle circle this day. We will not forget your deeds, or the honor you have earned this day.
Yay.
You have prowess in battle, Jedi.
Oops. Wrong one.
And so, I lose again. I still have much to learn. The last Jedi I fought was in a ship-to-ship battle on Malachor 5. I lost, but was spared. Before the Mandalorian Wars, we looked at Jedi as weak. Their code restricted their full potential. The Jedi were limited by a narrow sense of morality that couldn't survive a real war. But our view was the narrow one. I see that clearly now. I sense we both learned something today.
But how was your view narrow? He doesn't explain.
I see now how we lost the Mandalorian Wars. You have a formidable spirit. I have no illusions that I would have been able to defeat the Zakkeg without you. I doubt you even needed me.
See you around,
You have helped
Darth
me
Clyde.
secure my
Good to
place
see you
here.
again.
I wish you well, Jedi.
Alright, I believe that's everything. Hang on, let's check my notes here. That. Blah, 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 blah. I think I'm done with everything. Time to put my lightsabers back on. I talked to Davril, Django. You just missed it. You failed me. Etc., etc., etc. For Mandalore, the Preserver.
You defeated Braylor in the battle circle. Either you're very lucky, or you're a lot tougher than you look. Kelborn said you dispatched some covert military scouts in the jungle with him. He spoke highly of your work.
Over 3,000 years before
With some repairs
Bio.
around the base. I was hoping you'd prove yourself more with a lightsaber, but it's certainly a great help. How many Kanaks did you have to kill to find those parts for Zuka? That was a tremendous help. I won't forget it. You've made quite a reputation around here. You did better than I thought you could. I was planning on heading to Isis tomorrow, but I'll move up the timetable and take you now. You won't be able to get to the Ebon Hawk from the city. If you need to grab anything from your ship, I'd do it now.
From StarCraft, Reddish Twitch?
I know, it made quite a racket. Good work. That's to be expected. They don't really like it when someone makes loud noise in their territory. It wouldn't be much of a test if all you had to do was take a hike through the jungle, now would it? You're alive, in one piece, and learn something about the beasts of the jungle.
Okay. Honestly, while I have tremendous faith in the overall firepower of the StarCraft setting, I consider it very high tier. I also personally think Star Wars is among the highest tiers when it comes to military space combat. So I think the Galactic Empire, especially given the fact that they have way more to draw from, would crush the Terran Confederacy.
Kelborn told me that they were covert military and probably aligned with Colonel Tobin from ISIS. Kelborn doesn't think they'll send out any more scouts, but that doesn't mean there aren't more of them out there.
Now, okay, I know you guys totally disagree with my theory about the old Sith being weak and the new era and stuff, but I am curious of one thing. How many of you agree with my feeling that this is the beginning of quote-unquote modern Star Wars right here? With regards to with basically the Exar Kun thing, and then the Mandalorian Wars, and then the Civil War, and then the Cold War. You know, this whole chunk of time here being when everything just upscaled, and everything was now on a galactic scale from this point onwards. Whereas before, everything was much more separated and difficult, and etc., etc. I mean, the hyperspace war was pretty messed, but it was also different, especially given how different hyperspace travel was back then. Anyways, I was just curious. The Empire of Man would crush both like a bug because Warhammer 40k is stupidly overpowered. I've often said that there's basically nothing in terms of sheer military firepower above Warhammer 40k. They're just ridiculous. They're way up there. A single Space Marine could probably take out an entire platoon. No, probably a battalion of Mandalorians. God. But anyways.
Are you ready to...
Yes, let's do it.
Back. I don't blame you.
Okay, whatever. I'd quote Eddie Izzard here, but I don't want to insult any Germans. Galactic Federation? What? Hey, Brennian.
Are you ready to go to ISIS yet?
Oh, there we
I'm
go.
going to talk with Zuka and have him start a shuttle flight check. After that, we'll head out.
Well, the stormtroopers would be like, "We can't hit him! He's too big!" And then they'd all die.
All systems are green. Good. I want the shuttle bound for Onderon within the hour. What do you want?
Is all in readiness?
It is. Like I promised. Why? You want to back out now?
My only concerns are for the one you escort to Onderon, Mandalorian. Would you do any less for one of your clan?
Don't pretend to understand us. We Mandalorians are a breed apart.
If by apart you mean scattered, broken, and lost, then yes, you are correct.
Hey,
Not for
Brooker.
long. Soon the Mandalorians will be strong again, united as one clan under one banner. Mine.
Ah, yes. The Great Crusade. After the first one was ended by Revan and the Jedi. Such a defeat was merciful, an echo of the end, when your ships were in flames, crushed in the grip of Malachor V. But I do not need to remind you of such things.
I was at Malachor 5, and I remember how many Jedi died to stop us there. And no matter how many dead orbit that planet, the Mandalorians still live. Clan Ordo still lives. Zakkeg's there. He was serving on Nar Shaddai's muscle for the Hutts. Kelborn was a scout for the Duros on Frontier Worlds. I brought them here, gave them a purpose. This galaxy will be ours again, I promise you. That is the future.
Indeed. The future is always in motion. It is a difficult thing to see. Perhaps there will be no New Age Mandalore, no great Mandalorian crusade. Perhaps your people fought their last battle at Malachor 5, and you have been dying ever since, a quiet death that will last centuries. And perhaps all that remains will be what I see before me. A man wounded by a Jedi, encased in a Mandalorian shell, hunted by the thought of being the last of the Mandalorians.
You've got some guts talking to me like that. You think your age or your Jedi whelp are going to keep you safe from me?
No, Mandalore, you are wrong. I hope that it is you who will keep the one I travel with safe. You are loyal, and you have served many masters, even when they abandoned you. Do you wonder where he wanders now, Mandalore? Why he gave you your orders, then abandoned you at the edge of the galaxy?
How do you know that?
I I know many things, and I can answer the question that burns within your shell, Mandalore. But there is a price. You must keep the one I travel with safe. He is important to me, more important than anything. Show the same loyalty you have shown in the past, Mandalore. If there is a Mandalorian crusade, let it be for something that will carry your people's memory into the future. So when the time comes when there are no more Mandalorians, then at least their honor will remain. The one I travel with has walked your same path, and I ask that when the end comes, that you remember that kinship, even if it seems there is nothing else left.
Forget the Jedi. Keep your eyes on her.
And yes, she's referring to Revan.
1, 2, 3. Stealth targets are breached up.
I'm sorry, but that amuses me tremendously that the Mandalorian could pick that out.
Wait a moment. I sense
The Mandalorian engineer, by the way.
There's tractors here. I did not expect them so soon. How did they get here, I wonder? Regardless, we must eliminate them all. None of them can escape.
They
Our
didn't
whereabouts
get
must
here.
remain a secret. Let us join the battle. Our allies will need our help.
They were already here. So, to answer questions that were asked during that cutscene really quick, we'll be playing StarCraft on normal difficulty, because easy is pathetic, but I don't feel like pushing through on hard or brutal. I prefer Star Wars over Middle-earth, but I love both a lot. And I agree with you, Loyalist, on the idea that this new Jedi Order that should have been made doesn't really end for quite some time. Hence, this being the new era, or whatever word you want to use there. You mean this power right here? Although it doesn't seem to be doing anything. You lied to me, Django! How could you? Well, damn it. So, one thing that I want to talk about with regards to Freedon Nadd really quick is I feel like they tried to build him up to be this big, powerful Sith Lord of ancient dominance. And hey, so is that, what's up? You know, and Freedon Nadd is the greatest of all the Sith Lords, and it's the greatest. He's like the Robin Hood of the Sith, except evil. But two things about that. I don't feel that like that's bad writing. I've always felt like that was done on purpose to emphasize their perspective. In other words, that they think someone as pathetic and small-time and weak as Freedon Nadd was, in fact, someone grand and powerful and ridiculously strong.
Didn't think you were the only ones with stealth generators, did you?
Wow, he killed those people just by walking by them.
Over here. There are more of them.
He takes from the comfortably well-off and gives to the moderately impoverished. But seriously, though, I've always felt that it was a sense of scale, that most people didn't realize that Freedon Nadd was actually kind of weak and pathetic. They just hadn't seen anyone bigger yet, right? I mention this, though, because it's always going to be about perspectives. I'm curious what you guys think about Freedon Nadd, or indeed if you think anything about him, because there isn't really much about him. I mean, you know, he was, he has a really kind of pathetic fall to the dark side. And I mean, really pathetic fall to the dark side. And I'll talk about that in a minute. And then he goes and learns from Naga Sadow, kills Naga Sadow, conquers this planet, and then dies, and then actually does more after his death than he does during his life, which is hilarious, by the way. Well, you should write it down for your exchange stuff then, Zeiss. That way, if you ever come up with a pathetic bastard, you can call him Freedon Nadd.
Seems trouble follows you on a regular basis. I think it's best for both of us if we head to Isis immediately. Grab your gear. My men will take care of cleaning up the mess.
I actually hate, like, all of the old Sith Lord names, with, like, a couple of exceptions. There's a couple that are kind of cool. But, yeah. See, Marka Ragnos had a cool name. And actually, I like, Ajunta Paul. That's the other name I like. But most of the other names, I'm just like, eh. Like Quellic and blah, 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 Drama is a good example of that. Ludo Kresh, that's another example. Nagasedo, I already mentioned. I like Exar Kun, but I don't consider him one of the old, because as I've already mentioned, I consider Exar Kun to be the first of the new.
Vaklu's saying that the Republic ship attacked first? That's madness!
Unfortunately, lie or not, it's a madness people will believe.
The timing of this is atrocious. A space battle above our skies, so many of our fighters lost?
Curiously, only Tobin's men were involved in that battle.
That shooter!
Strong word, Your Majesty. But there is no good time for news like this. I recommend we continue with our plan.
But won't that bring even more followers to Vaklu's side? Increasing his power?
For a time, perhaps. But we both know he's not the true threat. It's his unseen support from the shadows that we must drag out into the light. Then, and only then, can we strike.
I fear by then it will be too late.
No, Wolfdog, absolutely not.
Here we are, the city of Isis. It's been shut down tight for months now. General Vaklu is close to declaring martial law. We won't be able to travel too far in the city. Fortunately, I have a friend in this quarter of the city. He's a doctor by the name of Dagon Gent. His office is on the other side of the market square.
Oh, excuse me.
It might be best if you do the talking around here. The Onderonians have a mixed view of Mandalorians after we conquered their world.
Well, it's a good thing I have 2 Mandalorians in my party, isn't it? So, let's talk about Onderon's situation. Now, this is interesting. Remember, Onderon is a planetary power. Now, like I said, I was talking about this last time with one of my friends. The equivalent of this in like modern real life is if you could imagine a single city, not even a large city, just a city, like Topeka, Kansas or something. And that's basically the equivalent of what Onderon is, really. This place is a speck on the galactic view. That's important for what I'm about to mention. There's a political situation on Onderon. Now, let's get the facts out of the way. First of all, yes, the Sith are manipulating things from this background. Yes, the Jedi are manipulating things from the background. Yes, there's a situation where Vaklu is a evil bastard, and Tobin, he's not a great guy either. You know, blah, 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 blah. Let's move all of that away, because what I want to talk about is the political situation Onderon finds it in. And I want your guys' opinion once I finish talking here. Because we have 2 options here. Now, Onderon owes the Republic, because the Republic came in, swooped in, and saved them from the Mandalorians. If you ask some people around here, they'll be like, Vaklu saved us from the Mandalorians. But that's actually a total goddamn lie. It was Revan and his Jedi forces that were leading the Republic that actually managed to beat the Mandalorians here on Onderon. Not Vaklu or the local people. But anyways, so, you know, they're totally, they owe the Republic a solid, and the Republic's been basically buying stuff on the cheap from them and exporting from their planet and all sorts of stuff like that. And that has been a bit of a drain on the economy. So the Ondorians have a situation where they have 2 choices, really. Option 1. try to stay independent. Tired of the noise. Try to stay independent. If they're independent, they have total control over what they do trade-wise. They can trade with whomever they want, whenever they want. They can trade with the Hutts or the Republic or individual planets, whatever. They've got a spaceport. They've got spacecraft. They basically keep 100% of the income that they bring in from that trade, and they have the freedom to choose to do what they want with regards to anything as far as expansion or expanding into the rest of the system, or maybe trying to push for different development, or they don't have to answer to any Republic laws, anything like that, right? Independence, okay? Now, there are some downsides to that. That means they're on their own, which means they're easy pickings with their relatively small military for anyone with any significant power who wants to swoop in and take them. They also don't have that much of true value to export, mostly with regards to agricultural goods and the things that come with that. So, On the flip side, we have the option of staying with the Republic. Now, the Republic is basically leeching off of this planet right now. They're not really benefiting from their stance of being in the Republic for all intents and purposes. However, the idea here is to become the equivalent of a non-geographical core world. In other words, a place that is like the core worlds, some place that is significant to the Republic in its economy and its trade, setting up hubs, that kind of a thing, despite its location, or indeed because of its location, since Onderon is so far out from the core worlds that it would be a good pit stop world, a nexus world, right? Deutsch is how you pronounce it, bio. So that's something that would be extremely valuable, but that's also a long-term goal, and it's a gamble. It's a gamble that it'll happen at all, and it's a gamble that the Republic will be stable enough in order to allow that thing to happen, and it's a gamble that the politics of the Republic will allow that kind of a thing to come to be. Actually, if you're paying attention, both of these options are a gamble. If you go independent, you're gambling that the short-term gains you're doing with regards to your economy and your independence are going to enable you to have a stronger sense of self and be able to build your own little strength, organization, power base, etc. You're gambling with the Republic that the long-term benefits of being a part of that galactic community is going to help provide the support and backing that you need, blah, 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 blah. These are your two basic options. Which do you pick, and why? Because ignoring all this is why I said we have to push the Sith out of the way and Vaklu out of the way, because Vaklu is just an opportunist. He just wants to be on top of the heap. That's not something that you choose. He's a Nathaniel, or not Nathaniel. What's his damn name? Hal from Dragon Age Origins, the idiot. He's like that kind of a person. He just wants to be on top, and he doesn't care what it does to those around him. But But if it was just that side of the argument, if the idea of retaining independence rather than seeking further membership in the galactic community, would you? Would you want to? How would you want to do it? That kind of a thing. It is also worth noting, as you guys give me your answers, as I wait for you to type this up here, there is some cultural bias. Rendon, that's his damn name. I kept wanting to say Nathaniel, but I was like, no, I actually like Nathaniel. Rendon Howe is what I like in Vaklu, although, of course, he's not as bad as Rendon Howe, because Rendon Howe's a bastard, but anyways. See, KO, and I can see that perspective very easily. The other thing to keep in mind is there's a lot of cultural bias on this planet from the fact that this used to be a Sith world. I know this sounds weird, but you can see it in just about every aspect of this planet. The fact that they have so much of this "we matter" mentality, we are powerful mentality, we are prideful mentality. I mean, yes, that's kind of a natural thing for a lot of places to come have, especially when it's a nation or city-state or whatever that doesn't actually have that much real power. For them to say we are powerful is a way to make up for that. But I've always felt a lot of that comes from the descendants and the cultural bias that was established by Freedon Nadd as we were going through here. Or as he was going through here, back when he established his own dynasty. Because Freedon Nadd was an interesting leader. He actually was surprisingly fair for a Sith Lord when he was ruling this place. There was one thing he did that not many people might... I don't know. It was basically people who were didn't agree with his rule, let's put it that way, were exiled. For those of you who don't know, Onderon is actually kind of a really, really hostile place. Their cities, and there's not that many of them, are very well defended and very enclosed. So exile is usually considered to be death. You're sent out on this hostile planet, and you're screwed, right? Well, funny story. enough people got exiled and they got good enough at working with the beasts and controlling the land out there that they started what's referred to as the Beast Wars. No relation to Transformers. And those wars, they were like, oh, well, we will crush these pathetic beast riders. And, well, let's just say they didn't and leave it at that. They never actually successfully put down the Beast Rebellion to any significant extent. They just kind of stopped trying to kill each other after a while, which I find hilariously fascinating. And then, of course, Freedon Nadd was killed, or no, actually, I think he died of old age, if I'm not mistaken. He ruled for about a century. And then his spirit was killed by Exar Kun. So, you know. Anyways, moving along.
It's been a while since you've docked here, eh? I suppose the lockdown has hurt your profits as well. Oh, it must be hard to shuttle people when nobody's allowed to leave. The blockade has been bad for everyone. Nothing new. Our space forces have been in full readiness ever since the space battle in orbit. Tensions are running high. All Republic vessels must be searched, and the delays are turning pilots grey before their time. And ever since the Republic fired on our space forces, things have been even slower. Bad days, and things are getting worse. I'd get out of the system quickly if I were your friend. Well, doesn't look like you have any trade goods, so the inspection's just a formality. Here's your starport visa. Don't lose it. They're priceless right now.
Yeah, 3 millennia later.
If you want to leave the planet, you need a starport visa. They're very hard to get. Many people want to get out of here before things get worse. Certainly. Mind what I said about the starport visa. I know one captain already who can't get back into the starport.
As an aside, I'd probably go ahead and tie them to the Republic. Even though there are some serious issues with the Republic right now, it's the idealism in me that leads me toward that. The belief that we can actually fix the Republic, like I told KoTOR, and in so doing make an organization that would actually be beneficial to the Ondorian people to be a part of, so that they can, as I said, succeed on that gamble and actually, grow and flourish and all that fun stuff. But like I said, that is a gamble. It is a risk. No easy ways out here. The old Sith are after the Infinite Empire. Just about anything I'm going to talk about is after the Infinite Empire. I mean, really. Oh, where is it? Wait, that's not the one. Damn it. Is this it? Yeah, screw it. That'll do.
In the latest news today, the Onderon Space Force has confirmed that a Republic military craft initiated the space battle over our planet. Sources inside the military say the first shots of the massive battle were fired by the Republic vessel, the Ebon Hawk. The Ebon Hawk is a capital-class vessel, and it destroyed 15 Onderon fighters, all being destroyed by Colonel Tobin's forces. Queen Talia is expected to make an announcement later today. Whether her support of the Republic will falter due to this attack is unknown.
Wow, guys. All this time, I had no idea the Ebon Hawk was that powerful. If only I'd known. There we go. Now the sun's coming back out. If it was actually a proper remake, Gamer Techno? Or something like that.
The Republic state is deadlocked on how to proceed in the wake of the Faraga's disaster. Scientific experts indicate that if the fuel problem isn't solved, then the Telosian restoration project is in grave jeopardy. Faraga's station requires constant fuel, reported one senior scientist. Over time, its orbit will degrade and it will crash into the atmosphere. Many political careers are tied to the success or failure of the TRP. If it falls, there could be a major shift in power in the Republic Senate.
I've always wanted my own capital ship. And yeah, Vaklu has way too much control over Ondor, but then again, the fact that this is basically one large interconnected city on one planet, it's a lot easier to control that than, say, an actual planet or a system, or, you know what I mean. So, you know. Hey, nobody said Vaklu was smart, Nero says.
One of the greatest mysteries in recent memory is the dissolution of the Jedi Order. Today, Republic intelligence analysis has released a declassified report that sheds new light into this mystery. It is public knowledge that the Jedi Order suffered extreme casualties during the Jedi Civil War, but the new intelligence report indicates evidence of even greater casualties after the war. Murders, accidents, and the Mira Luca tragedy had a profound impact on the number of Jedi. The report claims that there are even bounties on the remaining Jedi. The report concluded that the Jedi Order may be completely extinct now. Whether this was coincidence or conspiracy is still unknown.
Sure thing, Zeiss. I trust you. Wait, are you gonna install someone named Freedon Nadd in command? Because we might have to have a talk about that.
After last month's spectacular explosion of the South Quarter mining refinery, Queen Talia hasn't made a single public appearance. Security in the Royal Palace has been increased to unprecedented levels. Senior royal officials have claimed that the explosion was one of 3 recent assassination attempts. Many citizens have criticized Queen Talia's absence during these increasingly unstable times. In the latest news today, the
Okay, that's the last one. So, welcome to Onderon. Population stupid people! Seriously, these people are not what I would call particularly smart. I've always had this mental impression of the Onderon people being very, Orlesian. Except there's a difference, because Orlais has this ridiculously powerful military, whereas Onderon has nothing. So imagine a planet of people who are like, we are important and powerful and everything we do is significant, and none of that is true. And you've basically got Onderon. I'm not sure I would call Atris a Jedi, personally. Oh no, not as bad as Malik, just arrogant snots who don't realize the reality of the situation.
Fair winds to you, Offworlder. Is it too much to hope that you are a Telosian merchant?
I think the plot of the new movie is going to be everything is horrible because there's this new Sith Empire and we must unite to stop it, and then the old cast members are all going to die, or at least some of them are going to die, but Chewie will probably live. And that's what I think the plot will be.
The winds still taste of misfortune. Our beasts will continue to wait in their cages. They have been kept in their cages for a long time. But yet at times, I feel as if something else is affecting them. Frightening them. Perhaps it is the city itself. ISIS has fallen upon dark times, and tensions run high in the streets.
Yeah, okay, hang on. I'm getting tired of hearing that. Let's just turn everything else down here. The Beast Rider is too traumatized to speak with me? What? But I didn't do anything to him!
Calm. Calm. What? Run! The Boma is out of control!
It's okay, there's just Sith here. It's the only reason it's going screwy.
I don't know what to say. I had heard stories, but I assumed that they were fledgling riders.
See you around, Deutsch.
Or simply tales that grow in the telling. Not since my first Drexel have I lost control of a beast. I apologize profusely. Here, I give you these credits for the danger I put you in. The beasts grow more agitated by the day. The stories say that the smoldering fires of city politics cast a smoke they can smell and breathe. They revert to their primal instincts. As you've just seen, when they get that way, not even a skilled beast rider can control them. As soon as I leave here, I will talk with my family. There is much to be discussed. Please keep them. It salves the shame my beast's behavior has brought me.
Well, it's okay, guys. We saved the younglings.
Halt, off-worlder. You'll have to answer some questions before you go into the city. What is your business on Isis?
I seek the Grail.
I don't think your business is any concern of mine.
You better not try any of those Jedi mind tricks on me.
While you're at it, tell him to forget he ever saw us. Could be useful.
Not only is your business not my concern, I can't seem to remember why I'm holding you up. You should probably go about your business, whoever you are. Oh, don't lose your starport visa, otherwise you won't be leaving for a long while.
Yep. Thanks, man, who's gonna forget me in 3 seconds? Can you imagine if someone in Star Wars was walking around with one of those little things from Men in Black? I mean, you could say some Jedi can do that, but I mean, the Men in Black thing is like absolute, so it's just, hey, we were never here.
Let's hurry this up. I want him escorted out of here quickly.
This is outrageous. I'm not a spy. I'm a journalist for Isis Com.
You're a Republic spy, and your propaganda will be silenced. We are taking you back to our barracks for interrogation.
But, well, you can't be serious. You accuse me of propaganda? I have proof that Vaklu is withholding information on the so-called Republic.
One more word of treason out of you. What are you looking at? This is none of your business.
Please, sir, help me. Vaklu's troops won't listen. I'm just a journalist, not a spy.
By the way, Vaklu controls the military. Honestly, I know this sounds weird, but I'm a little surprised he hasn't taken control already, because Vaklu controls the military. And considering how stupid he is, and he has the backing of the Sith, he takes forever to get around to it. But then again, he's not very smart.
Warrant. General Vaklu passed an edict giving the military broad authority to detain and question anyone suspected of treasonous activity. It was specifically meant for us to pick up spies like this before they could leave Isis or go underground.
Right. So I'm not gonna say anything about real life politics, especially not in the country I currently live in. But let's just say that this is relevant, and we'll move on from that.
This is just because I try and expose the web of lies that...
Enough out of you! Perhaps this traitor is more of an agent provocateur, sent by the Republic to sow dissent in our ranks.
My point I'm trying to make here is that Vaklu has only one chance of success: a swift and violent strike against the established leadership in a way that makes it look as much as possible like it wasn't him behind it, that also involves him killing someone else who's a scapegoat, and then spin-doctoring the crap out of it to the common people. That's the only way Vaklu could have ever won any kind of coup attempt here, because there's simply too much support for the Republic and too much support for the Queen. So actually pushing this kind of a thing, the way he's doing, it's like he's trying the long route, which would work if he had the backing to actually do that, which he doesn't, because all he has is the military on his side and the Sith support, and that's it, and neither of those are going to help with a long-term entrenchment of slowly turning people's thoughts over to your side. I mean, for example, let's say a massive war broke out over a continent called Dareth on a planet called Primus, and you want to take over. If you want to just turn around and say, "Ha-ha, I am in charge now," without anything to actually support that, you're an idiot, and you're going to fall apart like so quickly. However, if instead you try to ingrate yourself into the war and become one of the only people succeeding at the war, and then say, you know, maybe we shouldn't be at war, let's sue for peace with our people and we'll pursue other methods of expanding our economic situation, then that might actually work. But I digress.
That is classified military information.
How many other journalists are being rounded up today?
I don't have time to answer your barbed questions, off-worlder. I have the wrong man. Yes, you heard me right. We have the wrong guy, so let him go. But watch it, both of you. If I hear even a hint you're up to something, I'm coming back.
Also,
you better not try that on me, or you'll be taking shrapnel out of your guts.
I don't know how to thank you.
man, Mira doesn't like that, does she?
Getting out of ISIS now. Eventually they'll come back for me. After that, I have a feeling no one will hear from me again. Thank you.
Also, shoutouts to France for being generally awesome. One of these years I want to actually visit France, but you know how that goes.
You have the look of someone used to adversity. A cut above the rabble around here. I have a business proposition for you. Everyone around here begs and pleads night and day for open starport visas. Very touching how well they act out their lies. Or truths. It doesn't matter, really. What does matter is credits. Hard currency. I offer you 2,000 credits if you find an open starport visa. You won't find a better deal.
Of course, I admittedly want to visit a lot of places, but France is up there.
In the Council of Lords today, Lord Dashiell recommended a special commendation for Colonel Tobin due to his brilliant command of our armada in the skies above Onderon. Without him, Lord Dashiell said, the Republic attack would surely have done more damage. Tobin is one of ISIS's greatest heroes and deserves recognition.
We actually talked about that earlier, Carl, about whether or not the galaxy would be better with or without the Force. And the truth is we don't know. Because there's the argument that all life would slowly die out without the Force. There's the argument that everything would die immediately without the Force. There's the argument that there simply would be no real change because the Force would die but then slowly be rebuilt because the Force is generated by living beings and therefore it would regenerate over time. And we don't know. We have no idea what would actually happen. So, I believe it was simply a change in mindset, Dog Andes. I don't think anything actually changed per se, literally. Like, I don't think like the more power was being drawn from the Force or anything like that. Although, actually, first of all, shoutouts to Cormania, the continent of Brennor. Am I saying that right? I don't know. Anyways, there is another way to think of that, though. It's possible that the Force is literally stronger after Exar Kun, because if we assume a situation in which the Force is basically there's more of it because more people are using it, and more people are using it more strongly, therefore generating more of it. Like if we assume that it's adaptive to us, and so because we're using it stronger and we're using it more, there is more Force to use, if that makes any sense, because we're generating more of it. You know, it's this feedback loop thing. If that is true, then Exar Kun literally caused the Force to be stronger from this point on by being such a massively monstrous Force user that he literally helped push the Force into a larger scale, and that's how things have been changed henceforth. That's purely theoretical. I have no idea if that's true or not, but I'm just tossing it out there. The Force came about when George Lucas said, you know, I want mages in my setting, but I don't want to call them that. I've got it! We'll call them... I was going to make a joke and I just lost the name in the middle of that. We'll call them Mithrandir. And then it kind of adapted over time and it became the Force.
The Ithorian fleet has yet again pushed back estimates for when the beasts will be cleared from our streets. They claim that the blockade continues to hinder their progress. Not only has this posed a significant health risk, but there has been a rise of beast attacks in Iziz. 3 attacks happened last week. Disturbingly, there have been 2 additional beast attacks today. The frequency of the attacks has been growing.
Gee, a blockade might be causing difficulty in transit. What a frickin' shock. Sorry. Also, shoutouts to Luxembourg.
The Council of Lords session is running late today as General Vaklu rallies his supporters to pass his amendment giving the Council the power to manage diplomatic relations with the Republic instead of the Queen. Critics say that this amendment is a thinly veiled attempt by General Vaklu to secede from the Republic. A supermajority of lords are needed to pass it. Political experts say that Queen Talia still has enough lords that support her to easily quash Vaklu's latest efforts.
This is kind of what I mean. Vaklu's methods here of trying to seize power are amateur. He clearly has no idea what he's doing. And it makes me think that while he may have some military skill, which is debatable because it's arguable that he actually doesn't have any military skill, he is clearly a complete amateur when it comes to politics. And yes, I did do a roleplay thing of Skyrim, and if it's not on my YouTube, we have an issue. Let's see if we can find it. Let's see, what... Okay, here it is. Here's episode 1, Akraba.
In the Council of Lords today, Lord Dashiell...
Oh, okay, so we've looped. Ah! Oh, I wouldn't be surprised if the Sith were mostly responsible for the beast attacks.
Welcome to what must be the smelliest place in the universe, Offworlder. How can I assist you? Ithorians have been buying them to help rebuild Telos. I don't know why, but ever since they started, the Beast Riders have been crawling out of the woodworks to sell them animals. But the Republic blockade has meant long delays, and because of that...
It's not a Republic blockade. You put the blockade up there, you morons.
That's an air defense tower. The city's filled with them. Isis is an ancient city, and for many generations, our main enemy was the Beast Riders that lived outside the city. Towers like these were built to protect us against Drexel and their Beast Riders.
I know what Drexel are. They're really cool looking, too.
A Drexel is a flying beast. Huge creatures with teeth the size of your arms. Lethal, and skin like ferrosteel plates. Somehow the Beast Riders figured out how to tame them years ago.
See ya, Bio.
About 50 years ago, Princess Gallia married one of the great leaders of the Beast Riders, Orin Kira. That was right at the start of the Beast Wars. By the end of it, Gallia was crowned queen, and finally there was peace between our people. It's hard to put aside centuries of conflict. There's an uneasiness between our people. The Beast Riders are upset that General Vaklu has forbidden Drexel in Isis. Citizens usually only see the fallen Beast Riders, who know better than thugs.
Dear Aunt Sophia, good luck. Fun fact, I actually need to get a few groceries today, but I'm not sure I can because it's July 4th here and I don't even know if places are open, so...
Stay out of trouble.
I was playing one of the grand strategy games, I forget which, one of the more modern ones, as France recently, and it was an interesting challenge because their military was just blah, and they had nothing else going for them. And it was actually tremendously challenging to actually accomplish anything, especially given what a drain on the economy that military was. What was that? Was that... Hang on, I'm sorry, this is going to bug me. I want to figure out which one that was. Because I have many, many grand strategy games here. And I don't remember which one it was. Oh, this is going to bother me. There's two that are out, like, right now. That are recent, that just came out. I might have... Yeah, whatever. Whatever. I give up. I give up. Moving on.
Please tell me you're an off-worlder. You came from the spaceport, right?
Yeah.
But this is good news. You have a starport visa, right? I can only sell my best weapons if you have that. These soldiers ensure that I don't forget these formalities.
Watch it, Keg. The captain already has enough complaints about you.
No need to be alarmed, my foreign friend. Pay the soldier no heed. Pretend he isn't here.
Europa Universalis 4 is one of the two I've been playing recently. But, I forget if that was one... It's the one I like better, because there's Crusader Kings 2 and there's Europa Universalis 4. And I don't remember which one it is. Because I played both. Like, at the same time, really.
General Vaklu is concerned about well-armed insurgents. they've had to get arms from somewhere. Not from me, of course, but all sales of weapons have been severely restricted. I can only sell to off-worlders like you that have the proper clearance. And now off-worlders can't come here because of the blockade and searches, but it's a wise policy.
The big blue blob. Wow. I'm pretty sure it was... Okay, so yeah, it's Europa Universalis 4. That's the one I was thinking it was.
Of course, soldiers are only doing their job. Even if it puts me out of business, I am happy. Even if I'm forced to live off scraps in the street, I am so happy to do my part. Long live General Vaklu. Large variety of weapons. My stock is very good. You might want to buy some before the General decides he needs more blasters. Then weapon merchants like myself have the honor of providing them to him at a substantial discount. Even below what it costs us. We do it happily, or else.
Or else what, Geg?
Or else we are very unhappy at not being able to do our part.
Wouldn't it be funny if this actually was Griff from KoTOR 1 instead of just some random guy? I mean, seriously. That would amuse the hell out of me. And yes, I have played the Mount and Blade games. They never really stuck with me. I've never been able to figure out a way to say why. They just haven't. So, time to see some
There must come a time when the Queen
people.
bows to the will of the people. The Republic has brought nothing but war and death. In our 50 years of flying their colors, we have had more war than the past millennia.
Back General Vaklu in his effort to make her see reason. We do not need the Republic. They need our resources, our world, and our blood. For all that we have given, now we get nothing. The Republic is weak and falling apart. Its Jedi, whose fallen brethren have brought such misery to us, have disbanded. Let's be the first world to take our future into our hands. Are you with me?
No. Hearts of Iron? I think I have that on my list. Hang on, let me look that one up real quick. Hearts of Iron, Darkest Hour. Aha! It's another Paradox interactive one. No shock. Well, if it's Paradox interactive, then it's probably automatically good. I mean, really, they pretty much own grand strategy at this point in time, don't they? So, as I was mentioning earlier, if it wasn't for Vaklu being an opportunistic idiot and the Sith backing them, these guys would actually have a fairly valid point. But the fact that they do means I could literally never back Vaklu because he's an idiot and he's got the Sith on his side. So it's like, no. However, I like I said, I just feel like bringing it up because this is one of those weird situations where this should have been a little bit more of a gray situation, I think. And you know what would have been really cool? Is if they made this a little more adaptive. I have no doubt they couldn't have done this because of time and money constraints. But imagine if they made a situation where they keep track of who you support as you go throughout the town. And whichever side you're supporting, it turns out the Sith are supporting the other side. Ergo, the actual situation here is would have been a lot more gray in that case, as opposed to the more dark gray versus light gray situation we have going on here.
No, they take from us. They are like Minox, sucking energy and resources from so many worlds. They bleed us for their bureaucracy and their excesses.
That's enough, Ponlar. If you keep this up, you're going to spend time in detention. You're coming awfully close to treason.
You can't silence me forever, soldier. But I'll keep my peace. For now.
I also would have liked it more if Vaklu had a brain, which he doesn't. Make Tobin the idiot. Make Tobin the psychotic, stupid, ridiculous military guy. And instead make Vaklu actually, hey, I've got a brain, and make him like what's his name in Dragon Age Origins? The dwarf, your brother, if you're a dwarf noble. The very progressive yet very aggressive and bastard, basically, whose name I suddenly can't think of. Oh my god, I'm gonna get 50 people telling me it in a second. Anyways, make it more like that. Make him intelligent, make him long-term thinking, make him someone who actually could help Onderon become more of a world in the future. And then, bam! Balin, that's his damn name. Wait, Balin? Is that right? Yeah, there we go, Balin. Make that, and then once again, those two tiny little touches, and shunk, we suddenly have a gray versus gray situation. And that would be awesome. But, whatever. I don't know if we have to go quite to the extent of the elusive man, but it's certainly leaning more in that direction. Hey, look.
Unnecessary observation. You are eliminating many of us Jedi, but such actions only delay the inevitable. Annoying recitation.
That's another one from me. That's another one from me.
Systems failing, Master. Systems failing, Master. Systems
I usually, Last Echo, when I talk about such things, I refer to it as, for example, let's use something less horrible than psychotic. OCD. I refer to things as OCD. You know, I'm totally OCD, you're totally OCD. But then I tend to, whenever I mean actually OCD, I tend to do what I just did. I add that word, actually, because I know what actual OCD is. I know what actual bipolar disorder is. I know what actual blah, blah, blah is. I'm fairly well versed in that, unfortunately, and very experienced in dealing with people like that, again, unfortunately. So that's how I tend to do it. If I meant actually psychotic, then I would say that. Instead, I just say psychotic, because it's a generalized, generic adjective that means something that can be inferred to mean something regardless of the literal definition, which is something I've always said, that literal definitions don't actually matter that much in the modern era. It's more the intonation of word choice that matters. Yeah, real OCD, actual OCD is bad. Like, really bad. I feel really, really sorry for people who have actual OCD. And as I've said, I know a couple people. Well, one. I know one person with actual OCD.
Ayuka Taigwa Kankidora. Yasora Ku Tuka Ulwanji Yumalitba. Shanek Ma Winbok Lelenko Sobaramwe.
Dahupa, Bosakurata, Go Jujuto Yoki, Hiata Yamba Wajiaki, Yukito Tune, Gavadumpa Munsuru Kupla Liyawa, Bo Bagaragawanda Yaitua Ulwanji Yuma.
Mogachi Norta Hirembe Wanachi, Kaki Mogo Grabo, Drum Pabanakaras Mangra, Kalalavadumba Kumpaile Mokata.
Kawana Bota Yuntatanga Kinamatura. Tayaita, Tabosananansata.
That's not actually true, but we're not going to go into that. Oh god, Brickor, that would have been horrifying. But of course, there's a lot of mental illnesses and other physical illnesses that I imagine it was much more horrifying to deal with if you go back even just a century, just 100 years ago. Never mind 400 or 500 or god. I agree, Last Echo, absolutely. I just have my own manner of speaking. I can only apologize. It's not going to change because I speak this way and have for many, many years. But I do understand if that means anything. So, interesting thing here. Once again, I feel very strongly that this situation was probably supposed to be a little more gray and gray. And admittedly, Vaklu isn't the worst choice. I mean, he's not undeservedly evil, so it's not a black versus white situation. And Lord knows being with the Republic in the site is also not undeservedly white. So it is a dark gray versus light gray situation. I just stand by my statement that if they had had more time, this probably would have been much more of a gray versus gray situation. But anyways, I've talked about that enough.
Kawana Bota Ayuka Taigwa Kankidora. Yasora Ku Tuka Ulwanji Yumalitba. Shanek Ma Winbok Lelenko Sobaramwe.
Gavadumpa Munsuru Kupla Liyawa, Bo Bagaragawanda Yaitua Ulwanji Yuma. Kawana Bota Yuntatanga Kinamatura. Tayaita Tabosananansata.
Fereki mangradu noko herete jun sombo marampino su clela sobuto. Cristocho intissime soto.
Tarachomo sincho cavavolpa muliji kumanaminta barawamba michedos. Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura. Tayaita tabosananansata.
Ondolal no saka. Drum pabanakaras mangra.
Dovrei kun muili vuosa slima po wanga samoana mucha.
Darabinu ko sobaramwe masako chiro chuchuvichi prem kamsa. Dachimo danchanek ma winbok lelentele mepilan.
By the way, another example of the whole we knew nothing about it a few years ago. I mean, even within my lifetime, the last 40 or so years, our knowledge and understanding of ADD and ADHD has changed drastically. I still remember with some anger how children who had ADD were treated going back, let's say about 20 years, something like that, back in the 90s. Not fun stuff.
Kawana bota ayuka taigwa kankidora. Yasora ku tuka ulwanji yumalitba. Shanek ma winbok lelenko sobaramwe.
Tarachomo sincho cavavolpa muliji kumanaminta barawamba michedos. Kavadumpa munsuru kuplaliyawa. Bo bagaragawanda yaitua ulwanjiuma.
Dawancha mori konsoba. Mawani dinchori kitsodu sobarenwa. Dorchine sobawata.
Tonghite mosi jochia yumba litawa ebawatune ruta.
What's interesting here is this is again the option to determine your character through multiple options here. Trusting your leaders is crucial, Talia. Or, the Queen is the rightful ruler, Talia. Or, Vaklu is capable of ambition, Vaklu. Or, the Republic has been taking advantage of Vaklu. You know what I mean? Also, I liked that he has been caught in lies, but he never breaks a promise. But yeah, I would support Talia because I have out of character knowledge. Although admittedly the first time I played this game I also supported Talia, so yeah.
Kawana bota ayuka taigwa kankidora. Yasora ku tuka ulwanji yumalitba. Shanek ma winbok lelenko sobaramwe.
Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura. Tayaita.
Hey, Reach.
Tabosananansata.
You know what I would have absolutely loved? Really. Very first time I played this game, you know, I supported Talia, and I was literally expecting this, to get to Talia and have her revealed to be this Machiavellian, manipulative, evil twit from hell, who had been manipulating the situation and was actually trying to get into the Republic and buy people out and selling out Andron to Zerka, and I was just kind of like, oh my god. Nope. But I was expecting it. I was predicting it. I was totally wrong. Hit me, Hunter. We have a writing section on the forum now. For those of you who haven't noticed, we have a writing section on the forum now. The lore
Punta Chakorzo Waman, Gotash Juna Rananashani, Visitisa Cholo, Jumkarantaka, Chonabog Rawe, Takiya, Bahasa.
Yes, she does, Dakota. As I mentioned earlier. I'm sorry, Aquamouser, that I understand, and that's all I'm going to say about that. So, I do like how early on the bounty hunters would hit you by like a dozen or so, you know, a couple of them. And at this point in time, there's literally an entire squad of bounty hunters. And that amuses me because it gives me the idea that they're willing to split the bounty like 10 ways just to try and bring us down. I mean, of course they still fail, but it's amusing. Thank you, Deutsch. As ever, you were awesome. Yeah, if you can recommend a good melee weapon to toss at Canderous, I'll totally cheat it in. Because why not? So here we are in the slums section of the area. That's kind of the impression I got too, Carl Vitt. Is it Carl Vitt or Carl Veit? Just out of curiosity. Or am I completely wrong and it's just Carl? Hey, Fitzcott. You know, I wonder sometimes if people wonder why I still call you Fitzcott, despite the fact that you haven't had that name in a while. Oh, I agree, Last Echo, but I could totally see a payday situation here with these guys.
He's not the best doctor you'll ever meet, but he's well connected in this city. Doesn't look like he's here right now, though.
You looking for Dxun? You're not gonna find him here.
Where is he?
A soldier captain was murdered at the cantina real good. They got some suspects at the tower. From what I hear, Dxun Gent is one of them.
Yeah, I'm bad with names, so once I get a name in my head, it's very difficult for it to change. Sometimes that's bad. Sometimes it's good, you know. Sometimes it's horrible. There's a reason I still call PAX PAX, and have for the last 16 years.
He's certainly capable of it, and probably stupid enough to get caught. But we need him, suspicion of murder or not.
That's true. Gylfa Gondasha, Gylfa. Okay, so it's Carl Veit.
It's the turret tower on the other side of the market. Captain Riken is the man to talk to. If you talk to him, tell him I got his 20 credits.
That's right, dog! And I hate dogs! I'm kidding, of course. Gylfa Dondasha Gylfa. Domba Dostasha Gylfa. What the... Suddenly people. Really? Really, guys?
Back off, wormhead. This bounty's mine. Don't do something you might regret. There's soldiers all over this place.
Bawan maderansha, you kamos krun. Nande misoku kuran marenden krabanoso. Kavadumpa, mo wendido chokerembi norta kunyun wish chawaka chuba. Sura dachi morotuko gansa. Bram tabanin soju. Da come jusmak miki baranyeto so rika chondin. Wana magrable mogo.
Okay.
Let's see what you got.
If you insist, man. Listen, I have the Force, so, let me explain what that means to you.
That's another one from me.
More where that came from.
Ah, there we go. Okay, so, agreed, Reach. Goto doesn't seem particularly the forgiving type of droid. I was gonna say something. I don't remember what it was. Oh, well, whatever. What's up, Fitzcott? Or Scott, who is fit, and I just gonna shut up now. Sleep. Sleep.
General, we have found them again.
Have we, Tobin? Or is this a preface to another of your failures?
No, Fitzcott, I'm not.
Consider the whole field, Tobin. Why would a Jedi risk all of this just to come to Isis?
The crew of the Ebon Hawk is elusive, General. We were warned about that, but we still underestimated them. But the fools are here, in Isis. The intel on this is certain. I'm ordering men loyal to us to take care of them now.
I think I have an idea. Hold that order. Have him watched instead. The
Hey.
Jedi may prove a solution to another one of our persistent problems.
Hey, Chalmarius. I agree, by the way, Dakota. I would think that they'd be like, it's the Jedi, quick! And they'd come up with, like, battle droids and tanks and just artillery. Go! Kill the Jedi! Kill the Jedi! Instead of just walking up with a couple of blasters, like, yep. I got this. And then they get zapped to death. No, Zeiss, I have not actually had time to record any of my Primus stuff. I need to do the summarization video before I do any of the concerning ofs. And I actually already know the first thing I'm doing concerning of, and it's not politics. In fact, politics isn't even first or second. Or third, actually. It's 50th! I don't have anything planned past the first three.
I won't remain silent any longer. The Republic has actively attacked us. They attack our spaceships unprovoked. What next? An invasion? Perhaps they seek to conquer us. Will you stand idly by? Will you let them bomb our city? No!
Hang on. I gotta point out the concept of the self-defeating argument. The Republic is a dying beast that leeches away our resources. We must ensure that we detach ourselves from this falling empire. Doodly. We must be careful because the Republic is going to militarily invade our people and then they will conquer us and I think I've made my point.
If Queen Talia is so removed that she won't do what the people so clearly want, then we must show her with force.
That's it, Ponlar. We're taking you in. You've gone too far.
Brothers and sisters, let us rise up now and march to the palace. Our will cannot be denied.
So there's something to be said about armed resistance. There really is. And I'm actually a strong believer in the concept of armed resistance. I am, genuinely. But armed resistance for a political ideal that doesn't have any real emergent or high-stakes risks, that's just getting people hurt and killed for no reason. But that's just my opinion on it. And again, I don't want to get too much into politics. Lord knows that that's a thing now, at least where I live. I don't know about other countries right now, how much you guys have been having issues with riots lately. But anyways, no.
Sacrifices are inevitable, but it is the price of change.
I have 111 persuade.
I will not. My cause is just. The Queen must bow to our will.
What? What? I have 111 persuade. And he's immune to force dominate. Wow. Just wow. Okay, fine. I'll kill him if I have to. I know how to meet force with force too.
The time of patience is over. Let's show them our resolve with force.
He's right! Get arms! Kill the Royalists! They're arming. We need backup.
Yeah, okay.
Think you are.
Yeah, hang on. Listen, I got a treat for you guys. I call it Force Storm. We won! That was the strongest Force Storm I've ever used. I wiped out everyone from existence. Yeah, so that was a that was a bit of a funky situation. Whatever. Whatever. KoTOR 2, ladies and gentlemen. If you ever doubt the Exile is powerful in the Force, and then they're just gone. I mean, you think what happened to T3 was bad.
Back again, Off-Worlder? I'm sure you have a starport visa. If I were you, I'd leave before too many more beast cages are stacked in the streets.
Alright, so this is actually probably among my favorite trials in the KoTORs. This is like right up there with the Neverwinter Nights 2 trial, which is probably my favorite trial of all time in gaming. That's right, I don't actually use Force Lightning. I have a Force version of that gun, of the ship, the time ship from Year of Hell and Voyager. So I hit them and they never existed. Anyways, but yeah, this is absolutely an awesome trial. Oh, hey, where was my phone? I heard it. I heard it, which means it's here somewhere. Where is it? No, I've already lost it. Anyways, because we have a pretty decent idea of what actually happens in this trial, but they never, to my knowledge, lay it out all, so you know exactly what happened, right? Ha! Found it. Excellent. Whoa, whoa. Ugh. And I like that. I like that a lot, actually. Oh, okay. Understood. I didn't get that reference, Omni. I'm sorry. But yeah, we never actually find the real killer, and I like that. So I'm not going to give you guys my thoughts on this. I'm curious what you guys think of this one, though, as we go through this. This is one of the this kind of stuff is one of the reasons I was initially hyped for L.A. Noire, and then I started actually playing L.A. Noire, and then I stopped playing L.A. Noire. Anyways,
we certainly do. He and several other people were picked up in connection to a murder. Captain Sulio. She was in charge of the Starport checkpoint. A good soldier. Your friend was one of the last people that saw her alive. So far, he's just a suspect. But if he did it, the punishment is death.
Dagon Gent is the only person I know with the contacts to help us out. We need to get Dagon out of custody.
Until we either eliminate him as a suspect or find the real killer. Dagon has quite a record with the authorities. The Colonel thinks that murder isn't too far a stretch for someone like him. No way. We're under orders to make sure no one sees the murder suspects. Command is taking this very seriously. I know Dagon personally. He's one of the worst doctors I've ever heard of. But I can't see him deliberately killing someone. He was one of the last people seen with Captain Sulio in the cantina. Ask around there. I've heard he's got a good motive for killing him. If you can somehow clear that up and prove it wasn't him, Command will cut him loose. If I say any more, I'll get in trouble.
By the way, guys like this is something I love in gaming in general.
Stay out of trouble.
Showing the in-betweens. I mean, yeah, there's people who are hideously evil, and there's people who are really good guys, and then there's people who are just people. I'm reminded of the captain in Mass Effect 2 on Citadel. I can't think of his name. He's played by the awesome gentleman from Battlestar Galactica. And I can't think of his damn name. But I'm reminded of him. He's just a person. He's very, very human. And it's one of the things I love so much about... What the hell, Reach? No, this is not... Bailey, that's his name. Bailey. But no, don't worry. Dagon is not like Dr. Steinman. Michael Hogan, that's his name. Awesome dude. This way. That's a Team Fortress 2 reference. By the way, any of you who play Team Fortress 2, have you played the latest update? I'm just curious if it actually does something to keep the game, like, if it adds anything. That's really what I want to know, if it adds anything to the game. If you know what I mean. And yeah, Bailey, by the way, he's a gray. Absolutely. Wait, he played Doc Mitchell? I knew he played General Tullius, but I didn't know he played Doc Mitchell. That's kind of cool. He's actually probably one of the only reasons I actually like General Tullius, despite his issues. Ha ha, foo. I'm trying to picture his voice, but I barely remember the intro to New Vegas off the top of my head. It's okay, guys. We have different music for this place. Oh, then they changed it on me. You know, I've noticed a lot of people like Euthuraban. I've sometimes wondered why that is. Oh god, there's a lot of names in here. Too many people to talk to. Can't take it!
Meet you, Sentient. Are you interested in a friendly game?
I don't want to play.
Foul business, that is. Like most nights, I was here. What do you want to talk about?
Interesting, Rach. So it sounds like the answer for me would be no, although new weapons is certainly something. Why, Django? It's pretty low.
Know him. He's probably my best friend on this planet. Honestly, he's not a very good doctor, but he is a great drinking companion. Never. Dagon thought very highly of the good captain. I did too. She had a sharp wit, that one. Sad to see her go. Know him. He's probably my best friend. I'd much rather talk.
Konos emeragith, wanara korachi drumka sa inchobin sasha, dosimana rachata. Dawacho singu poindo rakawa ichi rendumo para makawana abawasi. You kroren man mapusiti nolara. Bo mababe want to susintu mukarata. Tu esrektonata be mabarchokto. Torenibu inturata sisi na borokra. Inwamagro, meirangana noruja. Loka kamaran endoso ranwi no chabi. Duranta mana sobu. Inwamagro, meirangana noruja.
Damn it, apparently I didn't unmute myself. If you could pick... If you're dropped into Star Wars universe and you could pick any race to be, but you could not pick human or Chiss, which would you pick?
This room is reserved, Off-Worlder. I suggest you leave the room, Off-Worlder. I've got all the fans I need right here, so go space yourself. This room is... If you ask me, she got what she deserved. She looked down on us beast riders. Good riddance. This room... I know his face, that's about it. His office is on Beckel's turf. She's a beast rider like me and our leader. You better never be speaking ill of her, or else. You're flaming right, I do. The night she made the great flight, she ripped Dxun apart. Not literally, but we could hear her laying into him over here. We got a good laugh at it. Dxun was so mad he was sputtering. Then he stormed off. Best entertainment we had that night. The only good thing about that Sulio is she had a good tongue on her.
Admittedly, the point of my question is if you had to pick a more inhuman race, which would you pick? Like if you had to be a Rodian or a Quarren or a Moncal. You know, something like that.
I thought it was you. I served in the Mandalorian Wars with you. You're a Jedi, right? I was one of the ground troops. We fought on Daggery Minor together. It was near the beginning of the war. We didn't win that battle. Enough of the past. The whole galaxy isn't safe for Jedi now, especially here. Onderon has suffered through 3 wars started by fallen Jedi. Do you still serve the Republic? That's the first good news I've had in months. I was sent by the Republic Senate to investigate certain delicate matters that are happening on Onderon. It's worse than we feared. I have to get to Coruscant to deliver my report. But days before I was planning to leave, they started requiring starport visas. After the Jedi Civil War, the Republic was weak, and the cost to the Jedi Order was staggering. This entire region is unstable, and the entire Republic government could collapse. If Onderon secedes, other worlds may follow, and that can't be allowed to happen.
This is admittedly one thing to be kept in mind as well. It's possible we might start a domino effect if Onderon secedes from the Republic. Again, debatable, but something that is worth keeping in mind when it comes to the situation here. By the way, I'd totally be a Rancor. I'm kidding, that's cheating. I wouldn't be a Rancor.
Trade between our worlds has brought economic prosperity, and people just take it for granted. All worlds are now interconnected. The Senate also smooths over differences, and is a great instrument for peace. If the Republic falls apart, 1,000 little wars born out of petty rivalries will erupt over time. Eventually, the entire galaxy could be thrown into a dark age.
Fun fact, what he's describing actually does happen, although not for a while. Darth Maul, well, they changed it, but you're basically thinking of a Zakkeg. Personally, I would go with a Hutt. And I know that sounds weird, but remember, Hutts aren't necessarily fat by nature. There's actually, and they're actually really strong and astonishingly durable, and live really, 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 really long lives. So, yeah, I'd probably pick a Hutt.
I really can't say. The most I will say is stay clear of General Backlew. His ambition knows no bounds. I believe the people of Isis are absolutely correct. A civil war is brewing.
Absolutely,
I'll
Al-Sabi.
very well win if I can't get to Coruscant in time.
So, yeah. Like I said, for me there really was no question. Onderon needed to stay with the Republic. The Republic needed them, just as vice versa.
Thank you for the tip. The journey to Coruscant would be more costly and attract more attention. But there are many freighters bound for Telos. What do you want to know about that?
Of course I could be a good Hutt. It's not hard not to be a disgustingly evil Hutt. It's cultural bias that keeps them that way, both internally and externally.
Dxun didn't do it because he was with me at the time. It's quite simple. Right now, he's accused of murder. If he's convicted, the sentence is death. If he's accused of espionage, let's say assisting a Republic spy, then the penalty for that is death. I'm afraid the Onderonians are quite fond of their death penalty. So if I stood up for him, he'd be trading one death sentence for another. I was with Dagon in his office at the time of the murder. He definitely wasn't involved with her murder.
I could accept being a Yoda species if I had the Force to go with it. That would be mandatory. I was assuming I wouldn't be Force sensitive in my new choice.
We were taking great pains not to be seen, which has a certain irony to it, really. If you can free him, please do. He's been invaluable with his help to the Republic. I only wish there was something I could do to help him.
No,
Assuming
Tim's
we
up.
get Dagon free, we're going to have a few private words about this. Together, we fought against the Republic during the Mandalorian Wars.
I don't particularly like the idea that he's working for them now.
I refuse to acknowledge the idea that Star Dragons exist in Star Wars. Also, that's still disqualified for the same reason that I said being a Rancor or a Crate Dragon or whatever would be cheating. Because it would. I'm gonna turn that music back down. That would be interesting, wouldn't it, Reach? Exactly. That's the correct question. What's a Star Dragon? God.
Dochi namazrunta, Ragiji-sa? Kavadumpe masuraku, Popayi botenya, Tachimorota kamsa, Javaskobo sabjo, Rigiso karuenokso, Mochitosasa grindeyo.
Oh god. The Crate Dragon, which has this just massive lightsaber. Oh no, it holds it in its teeth. For anybody who's played Kingdom Hearts 2, it's like how you wield the Keyblade when you're a lion. It's just...
Kavadumpe masuraku, Popayi botenya, Tachimorota kamsa, Javaskobo sabjo, Rigiso karuenokso, Mochitosasa grindeyo. Krech, Mizoto minaka de sama krema krach vituto, Vakaraze zon mama, Potaka chi bintano, Vereka tocha heremba, Sobo rama hota watakan. Du noco herete pachasa borta. Crisocha wentense me punta. Lorcha wata yuma ni. Hodanga yuma des. Dak bota no chi tagwa ita. Kavadumpe masuraku. Popayi botenya. Tachimorota kamsa. Javaskobo sabjo. Rigiso karuenokso. Mochitosasa grindeyo. The Hupo Botenya go Jucho Picha, Gwentabani Sochu, Norotoga Proto Lala Shishi, Juvadosa Jibacha, Ratakman-san, Tokosha Nachitolo. Buonachani sopa. The very.
Oh, you total cheater, Permeus. You are right, Star Wars is actually a very integral and central aspect to the Imperium, which probably wouldn't surprise anybody who knows anything about anything. Oh, in case I haven't said this enough, controversial opinion time, I really like the side guard's lightsaber that they're showing in Episode 7. Go ahead, it's okay, hate me for it. I've heard it before. I've even given my reasonings about how it could work and why it could work. But it's okay. I will endure your hatred. For my name is Vane, apparently. out of nowhere. Ah. I am a trader and stuff. Wow! I'm moving up here. You know, the irony is the side guard thing would actually be more inclined towards Lucas's original vision for lightsabers. Not that I care about that, but it's funny. I'd rather be a Protoss Wolfduck. Easy answer there.
I am 1B8D, an automated droid vendor. I have in stock a variety of quality droid components, no refunds, and no haggling. Do you have any interest in my goods? Reinitializing complete. Greetings. Do you have any interest in my goods? That goes against my primary behavior programming. All items must be sold based on the most favorable market conditions. 1B8D cannot haggle. This is also a part of my primary behavior matrix.
Request access market conditions. Change all, multiply by 0.
Market conditions all set to 0. All prices now set to base cost value. Do you have any interest in my goods?
Yeah. I feel really bad for this droid, in all honesty. I don't need any of this stuff. I just felt like doing that. Wait, I've been reported to Reach? Okay. Well, I asked what the best melee weapon is in this game, Micromanu, but nobody told me, so... Canderous over there... excuse me, Mandalore over there. He's just going to keep using his default gun. I don't actually remember what to do next. Yeah. Okay, back to the cantina. Gotta find someone who knows more about the situation. Sigh. In the Imperium, the Zelnaga are... I shouldn't say anything. I'll save that for the StarCraft lore run. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, yeah, nothing.
Malampro tarawantika sa samcha para watasha kontia chama umbrata tiwas. Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura. Tayaita tabosanan hansata. Jone mulera. Tonkinge bano jansaka nika.
I am an expert computer security analyst. I have no idea, Doug Andes. It's actually always been its own scale, Diokana, just nobody had donated towards it yet. How does the Imperium deal with the Zerg? Really? We'll talk about it when we get to StarCraft, but let's just say the Zerg are on the Empire's side and leave it at that.
Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura. Tayaita tabosanan hansata.
Oh, that would be awesome, Hunter. Okay, let's talk to a patron. Look, I'm talking to my patrons. By the way, I know I've been piecemealing the Rogue Planet stuff, but we are actually going to be pushing out new Rogue Planet episodes soon-ish. No promises, but we're looking at a couple weeks at that. But just as heads up for anybody who actually likes that series. So,
I wonder if the waitress will ever get me my drink. I've been all over the galaxy, and this has got to be the worst service I've ever seen. We've never had a civil war. If Vaklu starts one, I don't think people realize how bad it'll get. Beast Riders are nothing but barely tamed animals. Things are bad enough without their gangs.
We'll be playing StarCraft, Brood War, StarCraft 2, Hearts of the Swarm, and the In-Between Whispers of the Shadows, and then Legacy of the Void. Back to back to back to back to back.
I wonder if the waitress will ever get me my drink.
There's got to be something you need. something you want. I have connections, many connections in the city. I can provide high-quality, unique weapons that you won't be able to find elsewhere. I even have a rare lightsaber crystal, something you'd never find elsewhere. If you need money, I'll pay you 5,000 credits. All I ask is get me one open starport visa. Don't worry what I'll do with a visa. Maybe I'll just take a vacation. Maybe I just want to visit my mother on Nar Shaddaa. Decent citizens like you really don't want to know what I'm going to do with it. You have an honest face. I will answer your question. I need to transport permacrete explosives for the exchange. They're going to use it to take care of some competition and some local authorities. Permanently.
Interesting.
Do you have a visa yet? I really can't be any help with that. I might have been in the same detention cell that night that Dagon's in now. The soldiers were asking me some entertaining questions that night. I've got no idea what was going on.
Yes, Samurai. And it's going to kill me to do it. Especially since, to my knowledge, it's going to be released pretty damn soon, too.
Let's just say I'm one of their usual suspects. Sort of comes with the territory. That's all I'm going to say.
I think the Jedi mind trick is pretty creepy, personally, and I wish more was talked about the ethical ramifications of using it. He feels naked without his blaster. His mother always told him never to leave the home unarmed. There are many people who take advantage of a defenseless Rodian. Leave me be. Go away. Don't make me get out of this chair. Where's the Twi'lek? Where's a Twi'lek? Oh, there's a Celestian. Or Celestian, excuse me. Ah, get out of my way. Oh, I wish I could leave this planet. Trouble's brewing. I can feel it in my ears. I wonder why Vaklu's soldiers wear masks. I don't trust sentients who wear masks. Like that Revan fellow. He wasn't very trustworthy. In stat terms, it has to do with your willpower, Zakkeg, which is why that works pretty well to equate it to that in game terms. Otherwise, it's just a more vague, unquantifiable measure of how strong your mind is. I don't see any Twi'leks here. I think I've been lied to. I also am apparently missing...
Welcome back.
Talking to someone. Who am I missing to talk to? Hey, you. No? I don't care about you. Nobody likes you. Swoop? Swoop's fast. Up. Do you like my leku? I just got them waxed. Go ahead and touch them. I don't mind. And that's our creepy quotient for the day. See you around. Have a good night. Okay, talk to him. Talk to him. Who the hell haven't I talked to? I talked to her. And I talked to him. I've talked to everyone. I have no one left to talk to. What the crap?
Good to see you again. What?
Ugh.
Welcome back. Foul business, that is. She did? Oh no, by the four moons, what a mix-up. They got it all wrong. Dagon and Sulio were good friends. It's just when they got a little too much Juma juice, they'd carry on. They'd call each other all manner of things. It could get quite hilarious, really. But it was just friendly banter. That night, Sulio was in great form. Dagon and I were laughing about some of the choicer ones later. Yellow-toothed dung dweller. We bought her a couple of drinks afterwards. It may look strange on the outside, but it was just their habit. Their way of passing time during these dark nights. Listen, if the soldiers think that's a motive, they just didn't do enough digging.
That bit of information will help with clearing Dagon. But the Onderon military won't let him off that easy. They're very obstinate. Maybe some of these people will know more about what happened that night.
I was cleaning up stakes from a particularly rewarding Kazakh game when I heard a loud sound outside. I grabbed my blaster and went out the door. When I got out, I saw Captain Salio. She was quite dead. Blood was everywhere. I heard a noise and saw Dagon Gent coming from his office across the courtyard. We both waited for the authorities to get there. The next day, they picked up Dagon and several other people in the area. It's crazy to think he did it. Salio was our friend. Just outside the door by the junkie.
It might be a good idea to look at the crime scene. We fought many soldiers in the Mandalorian Wars. The Onderonians were certainly brave, but they were disorganized and stupid. They overlooked something.
Yeah, that's Vaklu's military genius in a nutshell, by the way. Disorganized and stupid, but brave.
Krotonoranga manatandi koroto. Mokbiguna wana si jinsi wano bosh. Tanto todos. Tumu. Krotonoranga manat. Nsukre masu. Krot.
Ah. Where the hell is this bastard? No. Oh, what's fearsome linking here? You're horrible, fearsome. Where the hell? I thought I just saw him, and yet I can't find him all of a sudden. Ah, here he is. Jackass.
This room is reserved.
Yeah, that's great.
She's a...
Oh, I already talked to him. So, I guess that's everything. Time to go check out the scene. I actually talked about that during KoTOR 1, Dog Andes. I came up with two possible reasons. Either they're stupid because they're so arrogant as to presume that there's no way that you would fall to the dark side, or they're stupid and don't... Or, excuse me, I guess there's three reasons. Or they're stupid and don't think... they think that sending them off as bait so that the Sith can go after them instead of the actual Jedi Council on Dantooine is a good idea. Or they're stupid... I'll stop there. I think those were the two basic ideas. They either don't think Bashta's in any danger, or they don't think that, or they're sending him off as bait deliberately. And again, both things are pretty stupid when you get down to it. You know, Star Wars is pretty advanced technologically, but it would be fascinating if they had some of the tech from Star Trek in this setting.
Nobody we talked with mentioned a droid. This droid was destroyed recently. Someone inside the cantina might know more.
I tend to agree with you, Reach, but it's a weird situation. I do get why they covered it up. It's just weird and messed. Of course, the Rakatans are, you know.
This room is reserved. Huh, if you ask me. That Bith keeps buying droids, and the scavengers keep stealing them or blowing them up. Seems he's finally given up. The waitress is awful, but she's more fun than his droids ever were. I wouldn't tell you even if I knew. I could tell you where you could find the parts, though. That western square has the perfect fence for droid parts. There's a droid vendor called 1B8D. That droid is as dumb as a Gamorrean. He'll buy anything because he's too stupid to do anything else. 1B8D is quite handy. Quite a few of the slum dwellers make a good living salvaging droid parts for him. You might have even bought some.
What's the gentleman that plays Scorpius? Because I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Oh, hey, Shady.
Greetings, Master. Entity Bahima unknown. The market. Thank you.
Kif and the cantina can probably do something with this. We should head back.
That's it, Wayne Pigram. The man is awesome. It's another one of those situations where an actor just does such an amazing job of a role that it becomes more than it was ever intended to be. For those of you not aware, which is like one of you, I think, that role was literally supposed to be a villain of the week, one-off situation, and Wayne Pigram is pretty much the reason that that is not true. A Rod Serling story? Oh, that would be interesting. Horrifying, but interesting. I imagine he just robs people, beats them to death with his bare hands, and then takes them off, steals them, something like that. No, right. Wrong guy. I'm trying to avoid Farscape spoilers, because I know there's a few people, at least one person in chat right now who has not watched Farscape.
Tu nita manta yuma lorda wata no sanasdika. Da wancha mori. Da hupa bo sakurata go jujutu yoki. Hiata yamba watiaki yukito tune. Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura. Ta yaita ta bosananansata.
Hello there. What is this? Oh my, she's dead.
Kawana bota yunta tanga kinamatura. Ta yaita ta bosananansata.
Farscape is an excellent science fiction show that I like to describe as a fantasy show in a science fiction setting, if that makes any sense at all. It's damned good.
Welcome back. My deck is... foul business, that is. If it'll help, there's no way that Dxun could have done it. I saw him coming from his office. That's the opposite direction of the marketplace. We should go talk to Captain Riken and clear all of this up.
Why, Django? Seriously, why? Gilfa, Baroness.
Nico, is it? And the
Gilfa, Brother Box.
What brings the two of you here? That's a bold statement. I assume you have some sort of proof.
Stargate is awesome. Stargate Atlantis was good. Stargate Universe I've only watched like 2 episodes of. It never caught me.
It's a long story, so bear with me, Captain. The night of the murder, I was playing Pazak. It was a prosperous night.
That should do it. We still don't know who killed Sulio, but this will greatly assist our investigation.
You have been ordered off this investigation, Captain. I hope you can explain yourself.
I had nothing to do with this, sir. This citizen found information about Captain Sulio's murder. It's material to the investigation.
We've already got our man. Sulio and this Gent were fighting the night she was murdered. He had ample motive. Have you read the report? Some of the things Sulio called him were vile. Sulio and Dxun clearly hated each other.
What he meant to say, Major, is that they were friends.
So these two were friends? A friend would never say such things to another friend. You expect me to believe...
It's absolutely true, Major. I was a friend of both of them. They've done this dozens of times. Bahima, the bartender, can confirm it, as well as half a dozen other people. They were not pair, but they certainly didn't hate each other.
I see. Well, there's still the fact that he was right there at the scene of the crime. So what? What matters is who was there first. An eyewitness said he came from his office almost immediately. The only thing that matters to me is that he was within blaster range when Sulio was killed, and he did not have an alibi. You have a recording? Well, I'm sure you're just misinterpreting it.
I've seen it myself, Major. Nico isn't the only one that spotted Dagon coming from his office. It really can't be Dagon Gant. The real killer is still loose.
Very well, Captain. Set Gent free, then. But if later it turns out that he did do it, it's gonna be on your head.
Politician.
The men will be working on getting Dagon Gant out right away. The Major sure isn't happy. You're quite a team. Together, you got the Major to back down. That's no small feat.
The investigation has been handled at the highest levels. I've heard there's been some concern about that.
With Dagon free, I don't know if the investigation team will find another suspect.
They haven't been as diligent as other investigators.
I'm not gonna say any more. Probably said too much already. If you head over to Dagon Gant's office, some men will bring him there shortly. Thanks for clearing this whole thing up. I could tell the justice wasn't being served, but we all have our orders. We really need to patrol that sector better.
Thanks for getting me out of there. As detention cells go, it had definite class, but I prefer being out on my own all the same. I owe you and Mandalore one.
Mandalore? Oh my god, guys, don't you realize what that means? Mandalore. I talked about SG-1 first. I said Stargate, and then Atlantis, and then Universe. So, Stargate, as in SG-1, is some good stuff, with some ups and some downs. I haven't actually finished watching all of it. I'll do that one of these years. I'm curious to something.
Wrong place, wrong time. Captain Sulio and I were acquaintances.
That's it, Captain Sulio. Interesting.
No, and at this point, I don't care. Just glad to be free.
I was just looking that up, Django.
She's dead now. Not like finding whoever did it will bring her back. I deal with death all the time. We all end up like her eventually. Not many people can help you out with that. There have been several assassination attempts on Queen Talia. That place is locked tighter than a Hut's vault. I know a few people, though. Who do you need to get in touch with?
I've actually gotten into a Hut's vault recently. It wasn't that hard. I did it right in front of him, too. I'm barely aware of Harlan Ellison, if that's who I'm thinking of. Here, let me look it up really quick. Need to refresh myself. What have you worked on? Because that name is really sticking in my brain for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, that's why. He's the gentleman who did the original take on City of the Edge of Forever, which was then butchered, and he hated it. Although, admittedly, there's some controversy around that. But yes, I'm aware of Harlan Ellison.
A Jedi Master, you say? Now that is interesting. It's quite a bounty in Jedi these days. Not that I'm looking to collect, but if there's a Master there, I think I know who it is. There's a slight problem with that. I know you don't want to hear that since you went through all the effort of springing me out. The thing is, scavengers have already looted most of my stuff. Most of it's garbage anyway, so I don't care too much. But I did have a couple of encrypted holodisks that they nabbed. So here's the punchline. I need those discs because they have some contact information on them. The people I know you don't just walk up and chat with. There's a procedure. And that holodisc has the procedure.
Hey, at one point in time, I had hair. I shave it off now. Hey, Lizzo. I think I think all the storylines except for Trooper are really good. Carl Veit. Inquisitor is among my favorites. I'd say middle high, but not as good as, for example, some of the really good ones like Agent and Sith Warrior.
But Kel's gang pretty much owns this street. From what I hear, she's the one that cleaned me out. She's in the local cantina most days. She's tough as Drexel leather and more dangerous than an angry Wookiee. You take Mandalore with you, though, you should be just fine. Just get me the encrypted holodisc. After that, if there is a Jedi Master in the palace, I'll get you a meeting with him.
Time to go kill the murderer. I mean, totally innocent person. Yeah, I dyed it blonde when I was about ready to be fired, because I knew they were going to fire me. And, but I didn't want to get fired, like, prematurely. I didn't want to give them reason to it. And they can't fire you for having blonde hair. But I bleached it blonde so that when I actually did get fired, I could then actually dye it blue, like I ended up doing. Because if I dyed it blue, they would have just fired me and been like, oh, he was a terrible employee because he had blue hair. And I know that sounds like a joke, but trust me, Jeff would have actually done that. That's not a joke. So, yeah. Yeah, I was a overnight and evening network engineer. Tier 3, if that means anything to you. Agreed, Titan. They've got some good endings. I always wanted blue hair. That was something I had planned for a while, but I didn't do it because, again, Jeff would have... He's the owner. Oh, he was the owner of the company. Jeff would have had me shoved out for having blue hair. So look at those very familiar-looking leggings.
What do you want here, Offworlder? The room is taken. The whole cantina is taken. You should leave. You? And just how do you intend to do that?
Well, first, I'm going to cut you down in front of your men. Then after I kill them, I'll take it off of your corpse.
Those words will be your last.
Let's see what you got. That's another one from me.
I don't know who that is, Kay, off the top of my head. Hey, another open visa. Alright, now, let's have a yawn.
Kawana bota yuta tanga kinamatura. Tayaita tabosananansata.
You have got to be kidding me, Scottish Warrior. You know, I can't say anything because I actually know a similar situation, which I'm not going to talk about because it's not my place, but suffice it to say a friend of mine was denied a promotion at Net Standard because of some bull like that. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Da upa entomesh.
That's what I was just thinking of too, Sulfura. Alright, where's our Republic? There he is.
Good to see you. Really? I've been looking for one for weeks. Thanks. You've done a tremendous service for the Republic. Now I have to catch the first shuttle out of here. May the Force be with you.
Yeah, I believe it, Hunter. But whatever.
Have you found the encrypted holodisks yet? I won't be able to get a hold of my contacts from the palace without it. Great going there. With these, I'll check my contacts at the palace. I should be able to get a meeting with your Jedi Master shortly. You got anything you need to take care of in the quarter, you best do it now. You're dealing with serious politics by contacting him. If things go bad during a meeting, you may not be welcome in ISIS anymore. Perhaps never. Just let me know if you want to go through with this.
Let's do it. Yes.
Yeah, I'll get on it.
Is this meeting a trap? I can't afford to lose you, especially given recent events.
Anything could be a trap. Vaklu is no fool. But if the message is true...
Is this necessary? I can guarantee your safety in the palace, but outside these walls the General has many men that would do anything for him.
Nothing in life is certain, Your Majesty. But I feel something. There is a disruption in the Force. I must investigate this.
Very well. But please, be cautious.
Aren't I always?
I like the idea of the Queen guaranteeing
That's
the
what I was
Jedi's
afraid you'd
safety,
say.
by the way.
Well, the meeting is on. Head straight to the cantina. You guys should be in there. And, no offense, but I hope I never see you again.
I can arrange that. It's okay, I didn't kill him.
Must have gone through a lot
I took his
arrange this
eyes.
meeting. The palace is at full battle readiness. Smuggling in a message is no small task.
Kavar, the famed Jedi Guardian. The Mandalorians counted on the fact it would be you, not Revan, who would lead the Jedi against us during the Mandalorian Wars. I wonder how we'd have fared against you. I thought you were killed fighting Malik during the Jedi Civil War.
It seems my former student keeps curious company. Strange times lead to strange alliances, though. No, I survived the war. If only just. Why are you here? I imagine that you hold little love for any on the Jedi Council anymore. Even an old friend. You have to understand that it was a time of great uncertainty. We just learned that Darth Revan was back with an armada. Every Jedi that went with him was lost, corrupted, and as dark as their master. And then there was you. Many thought you were a spy, but there's more to it than that. And I think you deserve an explanation.
Am I interrupting?
And then everything goes to
I
hell.
thought for sure that the Ebon Hawk was mine. I was certain. Only to see you slip through my fingers.
Hey, look, it's Colonel Weenie.
Imagine my delight to discover you were on ISIS. Quite careless, if you ask me. Get them, men, and watch your aim. Civilian casualties cause a mess of paperwork.
I must return to the palace. I'll get word to you when I'm able. Run!
What? What have you done to my men? Blast! Men, take care of him. I won't let Kavar escape.
Hey, we should check our lines of fire around these bystanders. No grenades.
Yep. Don't worry. I don't really rely on grenades all that much. I do like killing troops, though.
That's enough for me.
It's kind of cathartic, really. I don't think so, okay. I'll have to listen to him again. Oh, they're all dead. Yay! Yeah, fine, Django. Talking to the bystanders whose lives I just saved. Hang on, gotta give some credits to the bartender too while I'm at it.
I'll tell Dagon Gent to get out of ISIS fast. They'll figure out his connection to all this soon enough. Good luck.
Seems like you take after me. You should leave the city. Tobin's boys don't play nice.
Tong hite mosi jotia yumba litawa e bawatune ruta.
Bachabi doko, Lorerunner manachunga.
Oh, hey guys. Whoa, there's a lot of you here. Holy moly. Hang on. No, we can't ignore a massive group of people like this. Gotta take full advantage of this. One more. Ah, that was really satisfying. Just tons of guys all grouped up right there. That seems like an interesting strategy. Because I noticed in some of the older games of this variety, enemies will follow you through zone lines. Neverwinter Nights, Baldur's Gate 2, these are good examples of this. So I would love the idea of being like, walking out, and because you can still zone, you're like, oh, quick, drop the mines, zone. Come back in, and all the enemies have piled on that one spot, and or you can force lightning them or whatever. I mean, it all works out in the same, right? They're all dead in the end. That's what really matters. Ugh, too many force powers. Where's... Meh. No, Django, I decided not to, specifically to spite you. Or rather, yes, I did. Down they go. One of you guys could probably tell me, when did the replicators first start really being a big...
It sounded like battle. Command's ordered comm blackout. Do you know what's going on?
A big thing in SG-1.
What? Why? That makes no sense. Command hasn't issued any alerts. Are you sure it wasn't some of those Beast Rider slags? They've been getting bolder recently.
Season 3? That seems really early. Okay. That seems wrong. You sure, Django?
You must be mistaken. Soldiers just don't attack civilians without orders. If it weren't for the comm blackout, I'd check with command. Just head to the safety of the Merchant Square, citizen. We'll send a patrol to investigate as soon as we can contact our HQ.
Not all the military is after us. Still, Vaklu can throw a whole army at us. I think we've outworn our welcome over here. We should head over to the spaceport before General Vaklu invents some charges against us. Then we'd be in real trouble.
That can't be right, because I remember... Well, whatever. I haven't watched all of SG-1 still, but I've watched a decent amount of it. But, yeah.
You know what to do. Let's do it! Get him!
Isn't that cute?
That's another one from me.
No, it was after that, Chongo. I bring it up because I'm trying to remember where I stopped watching SG-1. I only have a vague memory of it. There it is.
The diagnostic is doing something strange. Target acquired. What the hell does that mean?
Ah! No!
I'll take care of this.
Crime rates have been soaring in recent months. Even in the merchant quarter, the Western Square has seen a dramatic increase in violent
That's right, Chongo. I was gonna say, I knew it was after Season 3.
on a large scale. Captain Wright of the Onderon military has confirmed over a dozen casualties today alone. One local resident of the Western Square claims to have heard blaster shots, sword fighting, and even a lightsaber. It's getting so bad that I don't want to leave my house, she said.
Ha! More where that came from.
At last, some action.
You gonna...
That's another one from me.
What the... Okay, look.
That's... At last, some action.
Have I ever told you guys the funny story about how I almost didn't watch SG-1? It's curious.
In the Merchant Square today, a full-scale riot broke out. During a public speaker's address, vocal supporters of Queen Talia were provoked to violence. The soldiers arrived quickly at the scene. However, 7 people are still listed to be in a critical condition from injuries sustained in the riot. This is the second incident this week of public speakers being violently assaulted by Queen Talia's supporters. The Council of Lords session is running...
Yeah, we've already done that one. Alright, where's the woman? Where is she? Oh, there she is. Damn it. Whatever. Okay. So, I watched Stargate the movie, and I liked it. It was a little... And I know this is going to sound like blasphemy, but I actually think Independence Day was better constructed than Stargate, and so I tend to think of that more commonly than I do Stargate. For those of you who don't understand the connection, the two were basically made by the same teams of people. Anyways, so I watched Stargate the movie, and I was like, yeah, okay. And then they were talking about SG-1, Stargate the show, and I'm like, yes. So I watched the first, I guess it's 2 episodes. It's basically one story. And I was like, okay, this is cool. This is cool. And then I watched Emancipation. And then I stopped watching Stargate and didn't pick it up again till... I don't even remember. It was a while. It was a long while till I picked up Stargate again. And to be honest, it wasn't until PAX was like, hey, you should watch this show, that I finally was like, okay. Oh no, that Emancipation is not a feminist episode. Emancipation is a terrible episode. Let's make that clear. There's no need to get politics involved in that garbage. Emancipation was bad. Just plain terrible.
I'm Captain Galisi, Offworlder. If you want to pass here, I'll need to see your starport visa.
It's just... God, that was... It really is the code of honor for Stargate 1, which is funny because... well, I don't want to talk too much about it, but let's just say that there's some similarities there. Yes, Lamentation level bad. Just bloody awful. Does it intend to be a feminist episode? Yeah, that's probably accurate. In the same way that, God, I'm trying to think of a really good example of what that would be like. Oh, I believe you, Hunter. I absolutely believe you. It was a disgusting episode. It was just really bad. For those of you who don't know, Sci-Fi Debris did a review of it. If you don't feel like watching the episode itself, it's... yeah. And in fact, when I went back to rewatch the show, I actually I was watching it on. It wasn't on Showtime. It was when they were syndicated, and they actually were when they were doing the whole thing. It was like one of those marathon things. I don't know if TV even does this anymore, but back in the day, television shows would go out of their way to like do reruns, like the whole. There's a marathon. It's like every episode of the series, just as a thing. They do this with Star Trek all the time, for example. So they were doing this whole marathon of SG-1, and Emancipation wasn't in it. And I found that hilarious.
Your visa's been scanned. You're cleared to leave. I'd leave right away. Things are going crazy in this quarter.
Thanks. Oh.
The shuttle is just ahead. I think we should get out of here fast. It's going to be some time before they forget about us here. No more trips to ISIS for us until the situation changes. A lot.
Wait, isn't the Civil War supposed to be, like, now? See you around, Gamer Techno. And no, I wouldn't skip Emancipation the same reason I wouldn't skip the other ones I've skipped. Although I have to admit, of the various ones, we've had Star Trek V, we've had Star Trek, Nemesis, we've had Threshold, we're going to have code of honor. We're going to have profit and lace. Of all of these, emancipation might actually be the most offensive of them. And I don't mean like from a political angle. I mean like just actually offends me watching it. Oh, that's right. I have to... Yeah. Whatever. Let's go kill some droids really quick. Hey guys.
Necessary observation.
Blah 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 blah.
At last, some action.
I didn't care for Eureka much. There was some good stuff in it, but it never really caught me. And did I just lose another viewer to sci-fi debris? I swear to God. Music! Sci-Fi Debris and I have a fairly similar viewer base overall. He's just much funnier and much more well-known than I am. And I'm much more boring and much more analytical.
The shuttle is going to stay docked here until further notice. I'm not ready to part company yet. It sounds like you have a lot of traveling to do. So do I. I'm going with you. The Sith have taken a particular interest in you, and you could use an extra blaster. I've been meaning to leave Dxun to look for other Mandalorian clans anyway.
Do you actually think that, Raskar?
I don't have it in me. It's a matter of self-interest. The Sith aren't known for sharing power. If the Jedi Order is destroyed for good, it's inevitable that the Sith will dominate the Republic, and then my people will be eradicated or enslaved. Helping your cause is a matter of necessity. Mandalorians helped Exar Kun during his war. We know firsthand how we'd fare in the service of their like. But that's enough for now. We'll have time to talk later.
The Ebon Hawk is patched up and ready to go. When you're ready to depart, we can ask the guide here to take us back to the ship.
Damn it, Samurai. Andromeda... Andromeda is a show that I tried to like and never really got there. You know what I mean? Andromeda had a lot going for it and had some really high-minded ideals, but then they started having ships that were made of multiple planets connected to each other that had Satan in the middle of them, which were being opposed by a god. Sorry, but I feel like Andromeda just kind of went a little bit too far in the, well, the lack of scale problem I've talked about before, which at this point I might as well just call the Doctor Who problem, but you get my point, right? But there was some good stuff in there. So I never actually can say I disliked Andromeda. Just... Yeah, by the way, I'm not exaggerating at all about that, about the world ship and Satan. That's literal.
I don't think you'll be able to return to Isis anytime soon. General Vaklu has a great deal of power. Even a Jedi couldn't defeat an entire army alone.
Well... yeah. Yeah, Captain Hercules. The gentleman who played the main character was the guy who played Hercules on the show probably none of you have ever even heard of. Hence the thing. Thank you, all of you, by the way, for your vocal support in continuing to watch my boring analytical show where I'm not funny. I appreciate it. Like, yeah, okay, that's kind of where I'm at. I can't actually say it was a bad show, but I can't say it was a good one. It's not even like Voyager. It's just, it's there, and it's...
Most of the recruits are scouting the perimeter. If they fail Mandalore again, there will be dire consequences.
Oh my god, Samurai. You actually know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Legend of Hercules.
Kelvin's been pushing to get the entire base 100% operational. So, I have work I gotta do.
Where's... Did he die? By the way, Reach, what were you looking for when you found my YouTube out of total happenstance. Out of curiosity. Talk to him, talk to him. Oh.
You have fought more battles on Isis. You are truly formidable.
I prefer formidable. Oh, there he is. Actually, yes, I did, Dog Andes.
I hear you handled Isis adequately. Mandalore has left me in charge until he has finished his journey to reunite the clans. If there is any change planet-side, I'll send you a message. The Mandalorians will rise again.
The Mandalorians will die, or, I mean, rise again. We've got a female Mandalorian right here, Zeiss, see?
Yeah, something wrong? Shoot. Yeah, more or less. I wasn't born there, I just ended up there. Well, the war happened. The first one, against the Mandalorians. I had family right up until the end. It's not really a new story, you hear it all over the galaxy. It's what happens after the wars are over that you don't hear much about.
And that line right there, by the way, sorry for pausing this, is KoTOR 2 in a nutshell. Virtually every Star Wars story up to this point, with I think one exception, has been all about the wars, the grand epic battles, in some extent or another. Sometimes it's about the human element. Sometimes it's about, you know, the whole of the grand epic thing. Sometimes it's about how it interacts with other people, you know, all sorts of fun stuff. And yet, KoTOR 2 was all about the mess after the war. And that's that line literally tying into KoTOR 2. As a whole. And Last Echo, I've had low self-esteem for 40 years now. It's not the easiest thing to overcome. Moving on.
I think so. After Revan crushed the Mandalorians, planets throughout the Republic were flooded with refugees. I was just one of the others. Me? I got passage to Nar Shaddaa. From there, not much you can do, so I became a bounty hunter. Take a guess, Jedi. Only 2 groups of people would have lost family at Malachor. And Jedi don't have families. As much as any slave becomes a Mandalorian. They took prisoners on every world they conquered to bolster their ranks. And they took a lot of worlds.
Oh, sorry. As an aside, yes, I have watched Lost in Space. It never really clicked with me, but it was always something that had a sort of... I don't know how to call the appeal of it. Something that doesn't engage me, but was entertaining to have on. It's not something I would ever seek out to watch, if I'm making any kind of sense at all. 4 years of age, by the way, okay. Ever since... We're getting too serious. Let's talk about KoTOR and how awesome it is.
When I was young, yeah. They mostly used me to carry ammo packs and munitions. Toward the end of the war, they needed everyone they could get. They taught me to fight, to hunt, to survive. I was part of their squad, even when I was young. Everyone served as part of the unit, and I felt like I had a place there. After Malachor, it really didn't matter anymore. Mandalorians lost. Bad. But you know that.
Yes, I've done a review on a lot of games, but FF9 being another one. How do I like it? It is among my favorite of the FFs. Generally, nowadays, it's like 6, 4... 5, 9, 7, something like that. I'm not saying I'm 44, by the way. I am saying I've been having depression issues since I was 4. So.
Yeah, I know. I saw the worlds they left behind them during the war. That kind of stays with you. I haven't forgotten it. What happened at Malachor, they probably deserved it. Should I be? Maybe I should ask you if you're happy about all the Jedi who died on Malachor 5. Maybe it felt like you lost family there, but I doubt it. Yeah, I know.
Whip, whip.
That kind of... Alright.
So by the way, one of the other ways the Mandalorians would recruit is they would enslave people and basically force them to work for them until a sort of Stockholm syndrome kind of takes talks, tooks, whatever, happens. Oh, God. I know, Dog Andes. That... Oh, God, that episode is so bad. I want everyone to go watch Emancipation right now. Just so you understand that I'm not kidding when I say it is abominable. Actually, yeah, Ottoman Janissaries. That is exactly a great way to put that. I'm amazed people know what Ottoman Janissaries are. I mean, I know that sounds weird, but I mean, I've always found Janissaries to be fascinating. I actually talked about it during one of my Assassin's Creed ruminations because they were present there, and I find their, for lack of a better term, culture incredibly interesting, because they really do just have that whole we take you and we change you and we bring you with us kind of a mentality that's just like one line off of slavery, you know? Where are those data pads? Ah! Damn it! You will suffer for this. Darth Neckish. Where's the... There we go. Okay, Darth Neckish has donated towards the dark side. Which is a huge surprise, I have to admit. So we are now 79 gray. I know, Stockholm isn't really what I wanted to call it, I just didn't have a proper word for it. I really don't know what to call that. It's a form of indoctrination, I guess.
You thinking what I'm thinking? These jungles are filled with long, narrow paths, dumb beasts that just keep charging at you. This place is perfect for mines. If the carcasses were worth anything, you could make a fortune.
The irony is you'd think that more people would be here trying to take these animals since they're actively trying to sell them to the Ithorians right now, but, you know, whatever. Thank you, Shadow. I appreciate it. Ha!
Who wants to die first?
Hey, I gave you guys my lore theory of the indoctrination theory. Hey, British kid. What's up? We'll be pausing in a little bit, by the way, because I'm starting to get shaky for food. And that means I have to go out to get food, which sucks, because I'm not even sure anybody's open today. By happenstance, I forgot to go to the grocery store yesterday, and so... But anyways, we're going to try and finish up some things, and then we're going to do, like, the end game of Onderon, and then the Droid Factory, right? Droid Factory is right about there. And then the last two dungeons, and then Pacha, and then we'll be good to go. But anyways. So, heads up. I am pretty much a random schmuck, Reach. But, interesting that that's how you find me. I actually, I've heard a lot of stories from some of my viewers that basically decided, more or less as an aside, like just to take a chance on this guy who does these multi-hour long videos, like, sure, this'll be interesting. Yeah, right. And then, you know, they watched it and they're like, yeah, so... Revan says we must take Dxun. Our wing of military droid carriers are to fly in low and drop our payload onto the jungle moon. Once the droids hit dirt side, they'll seek out the Mandalorian base and pave the way for our ground troops and the Jedi. We're expecting heavy resistance, and if the droids can't take out the anti-air turrets, this is going to be a very short mission. But we cannot fail. If we do, the Republic is lost. And no, I don't. Dog Andes. I generally don't have the time. Yeah. Fun fact.
No one crosses the bridge.
I'm so sorry, Full Metal, that I forgot Canderous. I didn't mean to, I swear.
Reporting as ordered, man.
It's up to you, Jedi. This soldier knows the terrain.
Our guard.
Hey, T3.
I received an urgent communication for you from KoTOR. Return to the camp as soon as possible and I will tell you more.
Oh, there's no way I'm not going to finish KoTOR 2 tonight.
I dreamt of Malachor. I remember the ships, the last stand of the Republic. The tattered remnants of our fleet, the largest we could gather. But it was damaged, weakened, and vulnerable.
The Mandalorians couldn't resist. They tore into us like beasts, shredding our ships to scrap as we fought back. Yet this time there were no reinforcements for either side. Revan had been delayed out-system by Mandalorian scout ships. By the time he arrived, it was too late. And beyond Malachor, there were no more Mandalorians left to die. I remember standing on the bridge with you and watching the destruction of the Republic, watching ships full of soldiers and Jedi burn and die. I remember the look you had when you turned to me. It was the longest you'd ever looked at me. You didn't say anything, just a nod. Events moved quickly then, even in my dreams. Flashes, explosions, you falling. I could feel the pain around me. And then the memory. The drifting hulks of the Mandalorian ships, the dead, allies, friends, strangers. And then the echo, lingering, the sound I awakened to in my nightmares. Blame lies with me for creating it. The situation forced your hand. Anger forced mine.
I wouldn't be surprised by that at all, Loyalist.
You realized that unless action was taken, the fleet would be destroyed and the Republic would fall. None of us realized the magnitude of what we unleashed.
So you fought against the Mandalorians in the war?
I was part of the war effort, yes. I worked as a technician, though.
But you fought on the front lines. To a Mandalorian, there is honor in that.
I could do without your Mandalorian honor. I saw the results of your honor. The absolute destruction your warriors brought. And look at them now. Mandalorians are little better than mercenary thugs. And what's honor to someone like that? All they care about are credits.
If I were you, I'd pick your words more carefully.
Wow. First video you ever saw of me was my Witcher thing, Schmeidolf? That had to have been terrible, considering that... I don't know, I wasn't, like, superly overly positive about it, too. Also, Shadow, if you really do that, that is super awesome. Legit. I would think that's great, and I think the dog needs to be let out. Ugh. You need to be let out, dog. Now that it's sunny out. Oh! No more rain. Oh, go on, go on. Poor dog. She doesn't like being out in the rain, so she tends to hold it when it's raining out. I offered to let her out earlier, but she didn't understand English for some reason. Oh, wow, Reach. Yeah, I noticed you're one of the more recent people to my stream, so that's pretty awesome seeing you join me like that. It's always just great hearing more people show up on my channel and showing on my stream. I don't know why. It's just like, hey, what's up? You're awesome. You know what I mean? I always get random people, or random ways people find me, too. It's almost never like, oh, well, I was recommended here by something. No, it's just, I was roaming and I found something and it was awesome.
You fought for no cause other than to spread suffering and pain to the people you conquered.
Maybe that's what it looked like to you, but that isn't why we fought. We fought for honor and glory in the heat of battle.
You did nothing but murder innocents.
The Republic took us too lightly. We wanted to face the full force of their army. We had to goad them to fight.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. If you ask me, you Mandalorians just got what you deserved at Malachor.
Defeat is part of a warrior's life. We will recover, stronger than before.
Doesn't it even bother you that your people were almost destroyed? Or do lives have no meaning to you?
People die in war.
Well, I'm glad to have you guarding my back.
Fine by me.
Where's T3 right now? That wouldn't surprise me, Fearsome. I've often said I am a niche market, but I don't say that as a lamentation. I say that with pride. Because people who tend to watch my stuff tend to be the people who are like, man, I really would like to hear someone really talk about ... Every now and again, I'll do that. Every now and again, I want people's thoughts on ... And I'll go digging, and you'd be surprised how often I don't find anything. I don't find anyone who really wants to have an in-depth discussion about blah. And it's like, damn it, why? Come on, I just want to talk about it with someone, I want to discuss the issue. I want to share in thoughts. That's one of the reasons I love differing opinions, and why, as long as you're willing to not be a jerk about it, I'm totally down with you disagreeing with me. Because that way we can share ideas, we can grow and learn intellectually as we bounce off of each other because of our differences. Also, I'm totally a hipster. I had hair back when having hair was cool. Yeah, Reach. I try to respond to comments for the most part. I don't always succeed at it. Because, well, to be honest with you, I don't always have something to say, and sometimes I don't know what to say, so I just don't respond. But, yeah. So my thoughts on FF9 in a nutshell, because I did a whole video on it, and I did a lore run on it, both. But if I was to summarize FF9, the gameplay is okay. There's some good elements to it. I love the leveling system. I like the specialization thing that I got going on. The story is amazing. I love the story of FF9. I wish more of it had been in the game and not in the Ultimania. But once you understand the full thing, it's amazing. And they do some really, really, really good stuff with regards to characterization and character growth. I absolutely adore the characters of FF9. Vivi is among my favorite characters across all of Final Fantasy. They take characters like Steiner, who starts off as just a jackass, and it's like, I hate Steiner, why are you on my screen? And by about halfway through the game, I'm like, Steiner is awesome, I want to see more of him, They do that all over the place in FF9. Probably the only examples of truncated story arcs in FF9 are Freya, who has a great story arc that just stops, and Amarant, who has a great story arc that's towards the end of the game, you know what I mean? But everyone else is amazing. And I really love that Ziddane's story arc is literally on pause until it gets to the end, because there's some wonderful symbolism in that. I don't want to get into that again, but yeah. So great game. Absolutely love it. I highly recommend FF9 to everyone who likes JRPGs, or RPGs, or good character stuff. So, that's it, I guess. I can't either, Omni. Freya was such an amazing character, and then it literally just stops. Oh, ha-ha, is it, John? I mean, that is true. FF9 was the last hurrah of the old guard. I mean, they'd been slowly stopping their work with Square Enix, with SquareSoft, as of FF7. But then FF9 came along, and that was their very last one. FF10 was officially nothing but the new guard. Not that FF10's a bad game, but yeah. Really, Black Darkness. I wonder who put me in that video. Huh. If I had to use a single word to describe FF9, it would be the word depth. FF9 did one other thing that I absolutely adore. It's the first of the Final Fantasies game that felt like a world. There was so much effort done to get different dialects and really good localization and different usages of turns of phrase and casual conversation and random NPCs who had nothing to do with the plot. They were just there to add flavor. They were just there to add nuance and subtlety and depth to the world. FF9 felt like a world I was playing in, and I loved it. So yeah, depth would be my word. Circle soft. Ah! So apparently there's some video out there with me about KoTOR. That's interesting. How could you reach? I'm kidding. You'd be surprised how many people I hear from who have not actually played games that are commonplace, like Final Fantasy, like Kingdom Hearts, like what was another one that came up recently? Oh, Mega Man was the one that came up recently. You know, I've talked about Tidus before, but to summarize my thoughts, I think he is an excellent viewpoint character, and I wish they had done a little bit better a job with his voice actor in English. He's not bad, but he does come across as far more irritating than he should. If you just read the lines, it's clear where they were going with the character. And the original translation, this one's for you, John, it was much better with the way he was presented, in my opinion. I suppose we should talk about KoTOR since we're playing this. It is pronounced Tidus. Kingdom Hearts and Dissidia both gave us that. Oh yeah, Zelda. That was another one that I know someone hadn't played. I forget who it was, but it was recent. Oh, gotcha, Full Metal. Well, Grey Jedi for life, apparently. No, Shadow. That money could go to other people better than me. Even if you gave it to me, most of that money would go to people I know, not me. Although I would buy that exercise device that I want. Yes, I do, Micromana, although I'm actually really, really bad at checking Facebook, because nothing notifies me when I have something on Facebook. Like, I actually am really happy with how much my Tumblr has taken off, because I get questions literally daily on my Tumblr, and I make it a point of answering every single one of those. And I try to answer my comments on YouTube, and I try to keep up with responding to my viewers in general, but the one thing I admittedly fail at most is Facebook. I have a really hard time keeping up with Facebook. Shrug. It probably doesn't help that I go to Facebook for absolutely nothing other than to respond to people. So, yeah. There we go. No, Shadow. Also, it would cost more than that. Nobody wants to meet me in person. Although I'm very likely to be going to Gen Con in less than a month now, if anybody's going. The one in Indianapolis. If anybody else is going to be there. Whoops. Now, I was going to mention something. Favorite Assassin's Creed game. I actually have a whole series of Assassin's Creed videos on my YouTube. I would say it is a tie between Assassin's Creed 2 and Assassin's Creed 4. 4 for gameplay, 2 for... Well, okay, both have good gameplay, both have good story. But 4 has superior gameplay, and 2 has superior story to the other. So both of them would be fantastic. Also, Shadow, that is partially true, but I tell you this. I could literally live off for the rest of my life off $1 million right now, and that's not counting interest. I've done papers on that idea. So, anyways. I'm not that interesting or entertaining, Micromono, in person. I'm like, hey, what's up? You want to go play some board games with me? Because we'll go to... That would be awesome. We could just go and chat. That's what I did at the last Gen Con. Hey, let's go have fun stuff. I'm weird. As an aside, this is when Revan basically gave Canderous the orders to rebuild the clan. Or at least debatable. Because it's actually been debated, I probably would, Deutsch. I'm not that big, I'm only 6 foot. I wish I was taller. I really love what they did with this, because remember how I talked all about Canderous' story back in KoTOR 1? And it was all about how he had given up, how he had no more purpose in existing, and the last thing he cared about was following this guy, and then Revan. You know, same guy, but you get the point. That was the last thing that there was for him. And then Revan is like, I gotta go, and Canderous is, I'll come right with you. And Revan's like, no. And Revan does something amazing. Revan gives Canderous a purpose again. Now, I'm not sure if Canderous actually believes in that purpose. I'm curious what you guys think on this. But I do know that Canderous has enough loyalty to Revan and the ideal of him that he is willing to stay here and go forth with this cause that he may or may not think is doomed, specifically so that he can fulfill his last order. I do, Zajon. I wish I was like... Anyways, just give me another, like, I don't know, 10 inches, 12. I wouldn't mind being 7 foot. Anyways, but I've always loved the idea that Canderous doesn't actually believe in his quest here, his cause. The idea of reuniting the Mandalorians sounds grand and glorious, and he constantly talks about, I will do all this, I will reunite the clans and we will have glory once again. But I've always loved the idea that he doesn't believe a word of it. He doesn't believe anything he's saying. He is literally only doing this for Revan and for no other reason. And so he is, and it would be in keeping with how so many characters constantly have that mask on throughout the course of these games. But that's just my take on it. I don't know. I'm curious what you guys think, of course. And last question, I think. This one. It's me, Conrad Furter! I don't know how to do metrics, sorry guys. That is very true, Dog Andes. Very true.
T3, you have been with us since Terrace. Without you, we would never have escaped that place. And for that, I thank you. I'm leaving this message inside you because I have seen glimpses of the future. And the bond that he and I share does not allow him to hide everything from me. More of his memories have returned, and they trouble him. He has remembered something. Something on the edge of the galaxy, and he believes that he must go there to end it. But I am afraid for him. Afraid that he may not return. I need you to be the beacon, T3. If he is lost out there, on the edge of the galaxy, if he finds whatever terrible thing he has seen, then he may not survive. If he doesn't make it back, then I need you to return to the Republic. Find help. If you cannot find me, then seek out other Jedi. The Republic, I can't lose him, even if he believes he is protecting me.
I like how the Exile doesn't recognize Postula. I agree, Black Darkness. It's a pretty scary thought, and that's probably part of why I like it. KoTOR 2 has always been a fairly horrifying game when you get down to it. Oh, she is absolutely pregnant by the point at which that message was recorded. There's no denying that. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, when she sends... Yeah, because she sends T3 out after the events of KoTOR 2 with a hologram of their son. I forget his name. So... That's an interesting idea, the idea of sending the Mandalorians up against the true Sith. You know, Reach, so we gotta rewind here. The implication has always been that there's this grand, horrific, nightmarish, terrible Sith ancient doom empire that is beyond our understanding and beyond our capacity, and we must... we must be vigilant against it, and conventional, we can't win this war conventionally kind of a thing. And I know I say that jokingly, but that is the idea. The idea they always try to get across is that, this ancient Sith Empire is just impossible to defeat, right? Well, the problem is that doesn't flesh at all with what we have in Tor. In Tor we have a Sith Empire. Just an empire. It's not that big, it's not that strong, it's not that military capable, and it took them 300 years to even be capable enough of challenging the Republic. Granted, the Republic had some recovery time in that, but you get the point. So, the two don't really mesh. It would have been... So, Revan going off by himself to take on the Emperor is... dumb. Really, really dumb. And it would have made far more sense if they would have been like, hey, let's go! Massive fleet... Drummond Koss, which, by the way, Revan knows where it is, don't forget. And the threat's over. But whatever. I know, Wolf Dog. How do you have a master race of Arshian Gaians? What? I mean, can't you imagine just bombarding the planet, And the people of the planet are like, no! If only we had the ability to attack things from orbit! Wait! I have the Force. What a powerful ally it is. And then they all die. Revan's child was male in canon. I don't know, Loyalist. I don't know. That would be cool, Nerozaz, but I can't see that happening at this point. No, Dakota. At least I don't believe so. Okay, so that's everything there. I'm sorry, I've always found it amusing that the Jedi, for all their power, generally can't do anything against an orbital bombardment. I'm not saying that as a negative. It makes perfect sense. The Jedi should not be that powerful. The Force users, I should say, should not be that powerful. Of course, that being said, there have been examples of them doing something like that in, what was that book? Darksaber, I believe, they did that. And in, Force Unleashed, they do that. And I don't remember anything else doing like that. Anyways, let's talk to Mandalore.
Nice ship you have here. Where did you get it? Ah, so it's like that. I guess it would be better if less questions were asked about it then. Now, was there something else you needed? The Republic thinks my people are dead, scattered. They are wrong. You should have destroyed us when you had the chance. As long as one Mandalorian lives, we will survive. Our honor, fortunes, and lives revolve around battle. From our earliest history, this has been our way, as it will be always.
By the way, I can explain the fascination with planet-destroying weapons in one word. Well, one phrase. Nuclear fire. It is undeniable that World War II has had a massive impact on all of fiction that has happened since then, and I do mean all. If you look at the influences that World War II has on the different writing styles across the entire world, and it's different. It's different over here with Japan, how Europe dealt with it, how Russia dealt with it, how the West, the States dealt with it, how South America. Everyone has been impacted by World War II when it comes to our fiction. And the biggest, one of the most obvious ways that tends to express itself is the big, massive weapon of doom, aka the A-bomb. So, yeah.
There are, but those are luxuries. Luxuries that were paid for by the blood of our warriors, alive and dead. The Mandalorian clans will be united. Then we will take back our place in the galaxy. But we live in times of action, and I've said enough for now.
I have read the Cold Equations.
Now, is there something else you needed?
What do you mean about what's futility? Because I may have reach, but you need to. That's too generic. I need some more to go off of. And yes, I have Omni, and I have decided not to do it. Basically, I've gotten close though with some of the Borderlands stuff, for example.
We have suffered defeats before, but none like our defeat at Malachor. Our spirit may have faded, but it hasn't died. It will burn bright again, like a star in the heavens.
Hang on. Is that what I'm thinking it is? Morgan Robertson, right? I have not read the whole thing, no, and it was a long time ago. Why do you ask?
The end of the Mandalorian Wars was something new and unknown to us. Revan fought us like a true warrior and defeated us on our own terms. Revan embodied our philosophy and showed us our own weaknesses. Then he exploited them. It was a painful lesson. With Mandalore dead, our weapons taken, and our pride destroyed, many lost their way. But I will change that. I would appreciate your help. Many in the Republic look at the Mandalores as wild and violent killrath. Now, after many years, a new Mandalore has returned. We have a long tradition of honor in dealing with allies and those who provide us aid. It's a tradition that those we war against are quick to forget. I can tell you want to know more, but we can talk more later about this. Now, is there something else you needed?
As an aside, just a little side story. Basically, Revan, to give you an idea of how serious Revan was about getting Mandalore and the Mandalorians together, he went on his own personal quest with Canderous in order to reclaim the mask of Mandalore, which Revan, had hints of and knew where it was, so, he was able to do that. I need to go to... Nar Shaddaa! Damn you, Nar Shaddaa! I hate you, Nar Shaddaa. I'll be glad when the Vong pound you into rubble, literally. And then push the rubble into the soil and then... Okay, never mind, I'm lying. I absolutely hate what the Vong did to you. I'm sorry, not Nar Shaddaa. Please forgive me. I didn't mean what I said. See you around, Fearsome. Enjoy the fireworks. We might be hearing some soon. At this rate, it's really bright and sunny out now. Nar Shaddaa. No, Micromano, don't say that. I'll never come back. At the height of his... Excuse me. At the height of its power? I think so, yes, Wolfdog. Keep in mind, the Ravager is literally a ship that doesn't work. It is only capable of doing things like going to light speed and all that fun stuff because of his raw will. I'm really going the wrong way. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure he could do that kind of stuff. Yes, I have heard that, Shadow, though I'm not sure what to think about it yet. No, Micromano. That's not true! That's impossible! No! Except I can't actually jump in. I would totally jump into the chasm, like, right now, if I could. I don't think I have Dakota. Not yet. I did that in KoTOR 1. I think? Wait. I don't remember which KoTOR that was. Yes, actually it would, Nero's ass. It really would. The thing is, Revan went out of his way to get rid of the mask, which kind of removed the Mandalore from the Mandalorians, which broke them. Haha.
Another Mandalorian. You're welcome to join us. Our clan has traveled here in search of work, and if we find a working arrangement, then I'm sure you could be included in.
I'm not here for any mercenary work. I'm here to return your clan to Dxun, where I am restoring our people to their former glory.
Mandalore? But after Revan defeated Mandalore,
hey, Churin.
no new one was chosen.
I intend to rectify that error.
I have no doubt that you believe that you are Mandalore. But look at the situation we are in now. Anyone could buy a helmet from a swoop track and make such a claim. And the last time Mandalore traveled in the company of non-Mandalorians, we were pledged to Exar Kun.
I am Exar Kun. No, I'm not. No, I'm not going to see any fireworks today. My plans are to stream and to eat food. And possibly do other things.
A Jedi? Perhaps you are deserving of the title of Mandalore. I heard rumors from Isis about Mandalorian sightings on Dxun. So perhaps there is truth to what you say. Very well, Mandalore. My clan will follow you and make for Dxun, so that another clan might be added to the strength of your army. Excuse us. We must gather the rest of our clan and deliver them the news.
I'd probably kill myself, Kay. It would be quicker than anything he'd do, and that way I wouldn't be in pain anymore. Damn it, Deutsch, I don't want to hear about that, man. TMI, TMI! Yep, time to get the other Mandalorians on Dantooine. So here's a really weird question for you guys. If you could culturally assassinate the Mandalorians, not to kill the people, but to wipe the Mandalorians as a people out, if I'm making my wording clear, would you? See you around, Fu. And as ever, why? Because don't forget, the Mandalorians are a fairly self-destructive thing, but they also tend to destroy other things as well, as the Mandalorian Wars show. And they're extremely vulnerable to manipulation.
Betrayal. Machines. His passion for such things defies me.
Oh, you did not just hurt T3. T3? 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 One would argue that tempering their savagery would in fact be cultural assassination. It's actually something that the Empire has debated many times with some more... T3. You're okay. Just, because she's evil, Kreia. Pencil. Even a culture like the Mandalorians, Shadow? A culture which builds itself on hurting and killing other people? Yeah, the very first time I saw that, I actually thought she killed T3, and I was so pissed. I was like, you just did not kill T3, you. But she didn't. Here we go. I think.
Query.
Did that one, did that one, did that one.
State. Statement.
You cannot visit the HK factory at free will. It will trigger further along in the main plot. Okay! Hard to argue that, Reach. Dantooine, right. By the way, I'm not saying I would assassinate them culturally. I'm just curious what you guys think. Because it's a very difficult question, I feel. And that's one of the reasons why the Empire has struggled with that question for so long. Let me give you a much worse example. I've talked before about Warhammer 40k is a challenge for the Empire, because their best possibility... the Empire basically has two options. Extinguish all life there, or change them to the point where you are culturally assassinating them. Completely rewriting their culture and history and all that fun stuff. And neither of those are good options. Neither of those are good things. That's not a good versus bad choice. That's a gray versus really bad gray. You know? Yeah, that's bad versus bad. That's not even gray. I'm sorry, that's black versus black. That's what I meant to say. So, you know, how do you deal with a situation like that? Because there is no right answer. Not really. The Orcs! Well, we don't need to change the Orcs. The Orcs are awesome!
Query.
Green is best!
State.
Okay, protocol. I think I already did that one or something, because it's not here at all. So, whatever. We're out. Peace. You. And you. Yes, there are, Churun. It's awesome, isn't it? But this is why I bring this up. This is what I call one of those hard questions. And I have nothing further to add other than to examine and deliberate on how difficult of a thought process it really is. Am I going the right way? Yes, good. Is it? Oh, it's right over here. It's right over here.
Look who's walked into our camp, boys.
Ooh, blueberry muffins.
Himself has come to visit us.
I am the new Mandalore. I have reclaimed Mandalore's helmet, lost after our defeat at Revan's hands. Assemble the rest of your clan. You will return to Dxun. We must come together as we were before and prepare to fight a new war. A war that will return us to glory.
And if I take that helmet from you, guess that makes me the new Mandalore. I've always wanted to be called that. I know all about your exploits, Mandalore. We have fallen far in the past years, but even still, I will not stand idly while a usurper claims to be my leader.
It is unfortunate that you feel that way.
No,
Perhaps
Mr. Blasty.
I'll be able to change your mind. Stay out of this. This is my fight.
Okay. You know, I asked you guys to tell me a good weapon I could give Canderous, but... Whatever, we'll do this the slow way. Hey, Freddy Bobs. There are plenty of Imperial agents. Mundane, special, echoes, all sorts. Some from the Bastion, some from the military. The Empire has a tremendous stretch of influence across Star Wars. Let me rephrase your question, Kamek. Should a single person ever be authorized to make that decision?
Any other takers? No, Mandalore. We will follow you. Good. I have no desire to spill any more Mandalorian blood today. Gather your clan and return to Dxun. You have seen the last of your mercenary days.
A pathetic pistol? Oh shoot, I can't think of it all of a sudden. A Glock, there we go. A Glock is a pathetic pistol. A Smith & Wesson. Actually, anything... I don't like revolvers, so any revolver would be my normal answer. Can't stand revolvers. Give me a Beretta any day. Revan does have ties to the Empire in the Imperial canon. Glocks are the Walmarts of... no, that's a bad example. Glocks are the McDonald's of handguns. Seen but never used, okay. But seriously, if I wanted to go, you know, buy a completely random gun, 9 times out of 10, it's going to be a frickin' Glock. It's going to be cheap and dumb and stupid, and I hate it. I don't like how they hold. They just... the balance is wrong on a Glock. I don't know how to explain it. Fun fact, the first gun I ever fired was actually a revolver. No big story here. It was at a gun range, shooting range, but yeah.
I want to have a word with you.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure that we have some things clear. Right now, we both seek the same goals. Whatever our reasons may be, the Sith must be stopped. If they destroy the Jedi, the Republic will fall and my people will be eradicated or enslaved. To survive, I'll help you. But as Mandalore, I have another duty. The unification of the clans.
That is theoretically possible, Black Darkness. It would be funny because if that's true, what ends up happening is the Sith, as an overall thing, tend to take that position for them. Because over the next several millennia, the Sith, various Sith empires and groups and formations are the ones who are going to be challenging the Republic and, as you say, keeping them on their toes. I don't want to get too much into politics because you know my rule, but I just like to say that I felt it was genuinely important to know how to use a gun, basically just in case. And you know, gun safety is something I feel is very, very useful information. Guns should be treated like the extremely dangerous tools that they are. That's just my opinion on it.
After our defeat at Malachor, the survivors spread across the Outer Rim, many taking up work as mercenaries, or worse. But they cannot have fallen so far that they will not recognize a new Mandalore has been chosen. One who will restore our people to glory. I'll fight beside you, but I'm warning you, don't get in my way. I'm not asking for help. I'm just asking you to let me do this. Cross me, and I might have to reevaluate our arrangement.
Yeah, gun safety is something I will probably be teaching the little one at some point in a few years here. Because it's something you should know, regardless of all other conditions. But regardless, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? You want to hear? Well, I'm not going to get it. I'm avoiding the politics, guys. I'm leaving it be. But what I am doing is looking up a weapon.
After the Sith are dealt with, you can turn your attention to us. Or maybe we can forge an alliance of our own. Our next battle need not be fought against your Republic. Consider what I've said. Now, is there something else you needed?
Hey, Gamer Techno. Welcome back.
The Republic is a stagnant beast that had been killing its people for years before the wars began. Were it not for Revan's strength, the Republic would already be dead.
It's funny you say that, Schmadolf. You would be amazed how many people don't know the absolute number one. Wah! The number one rule of gun safety. Can anyone tell me the first rule of gun safety? I'm sure many of you can. Thank you, Gamer Techno. And we're right back up to gray. Full. No, really, ultra gray. We gotta edit it now. Whoops, whoops. There. Hunter has it correct. Hunter got it. Never, ever, ever point a gun at something you do not have the intention of shooting or killing. Period. That is the number one rule right there. And I just mentioned that because you'd be amazed, Schmeidel, how many people don't know that. I'm not calling out anyone in the chat. I've been to seminars and classes about gun safety and gun cleaning and gun handling and that kind of stuff. And it's like, you know, they're like, oh, that's almost the first thing they always start with. How does the, you know, what's the first thing about gun safety? It's like, oh, leave the safety on. To which that guy got immediately verbally smacked down. It's like, no, never rely on the safety. Never use the safety as a crutch. The safety is there as a just in case, you know. Well, what about, you know, this kind of thing? No, and just nobody had it. I was the one who was like,
Only Revan was worthy of our respect. We swept through the Outer Rim without any opposition until Revan assumed command of the Republic forces. Only then did the battle turn. But as you know, only a handful of Jedi fought, while the others cowered in their halls, afraid to meet us head-on. I'm sure there were good reasons. I'm not accusing you of being a coward. You commanded the Republic fleet that destroyed ours. You were a worthy opponent. Now is there something else you needed? Being Mandalore is the greatest honor for our people. Mandalore's helmet is passed from one leader to the next. When Revan executed Mandalore before our eyes, he cast Mandalore's helmet away, denied it to us. He took Mandalore's helmet and left with it. If he hadn't done that, the new Mandalore would have been chosen that day. But without leadership and direction, the clans scattered, fell apart.
Correct, Juren. Sorry, Micromoto. I didn't mean to send you a rain. I really didn't.
During the Jedi Civil War, I met and traveled with Revan. I was there with him when he defeated Darth Malak, and traveled with him afterwards. Eventually, he told me where he had taken the helmet. He set me upon this path. We can talk about Revan and other things later, if you like. You know enough for now. Now, was there something else you needed?
That sounds fascinating, Hunter. That almost sounds like a steampunk kind of a thing. Looks like that's it for now. Apparently I can talk in a different path with HK. Anyone want to hear a stupid story about guns? No politics, just a silly, stupid story.
Query. Answer. Master, as part of my original programming, I am able to communicate in over
Yes, I do,
600
Wolf Dog.
languages. This usually amounted to short verbal warnings when killing non-basic speaking targets, which gave me some small measure of satisfaction.
Okay, the story really quick, because this won't take me long. I've shot a shotgun in real life. The first time I shot it, my dad didn't warn me, per se. I mean, he braced me, but he was like, look, this is just, you need to... I was prone, all the way on the ground, laying down, up against here, pushed up against the ground, doing the friction method, ready to go, and well, anybody who's ever shot a shotgun in real life probably knows exactly how that ended up. I had a bruise on here for like 3 weeks. No joke. I bruised pretty easily. I actually still have bruises from the move. And it was just, oh my god! And he wanted me to do that partially so I would be fully capable and cognizant of how a shotgun actually works in real life. It was a simple 12 gauge, but, you know, completely unprepared for it.
Answer. Yes. I believe my original master needed this functionality in order to recover information from various indigenous tribes across the galaxy. But I know little else than that. Suffice to say that that translation capability allowed these copies of myself to assume the role of protocol and translation droids in much of known space. That is, of course, not their primary function. And while they are attempting to pass themselves off as translation droids, their primary functionality keeps rising to the forefront.
Interesting, Black Darkness. Dual vibroblades, huh?
Recitation. For example, on Praven Prime, the simple transferring of Elzing's...
Well, there are bigger than 12 gauges out there,
changes its meaning, and implies that one's broodmate was actually impregnated by their own host.
That wasn't said to them directly, was it?
Confirmation. Oh, truly, you can imagine the results. Statement. This comment, of course, caused a civil war between the Guvandi Collective and Elzing that still persists to the current date. Answer. Yes, Master. Such incidents often spread outwards from their point of origin, much like an echo.
Echo.
Query. What do you mean, Master? Answer. It is something I heard a previous master say before, I believe, but I cannot recall the context. Still, somehow it seemed applicable to this situation. Odd.
I have also been present while a Vulcan was firing, by the way, on the deck of a ship. Or not a... Yeah, that's right. I have never in my life heard anything louder than a Vulcan. I'm honestly curious if anyone else has ever encountered anything worse than that.
Answer. In the case of Praven Prime, the Civil War actually forced the Republic to back out of Guvandi's space and let their world fall from Republic control. As I understand it, that would be best. Keeping such a world would have been a token gesture of control. As an added burden, the resources needed to invest in diplomatic and trade relations would have far outweighed what would have been required. Besides, Master, quite frankly, the Guvandi and Elzing needed a good war. They were races that relied more on words than actions, and a good brisk killing woke them from their torpid state. Also, the result of the war will be that the drastically reduced Elzing population will eventually need to call upon the Republic for emergency relief.
So, I hope you're paying attention, because this is incredibly subtle manipulative stuff here to alter things on a galactic scale. This is the kind of thing the HK-50s and the HK-47 can do. It's, yeah. Interesting chess mastering here. By the way, guys, for those of you who don't know, I come from two backgrounds from two sides of my family. Medical and military. So that should probably answer a lot about why I know a lot of weird stuff that I do. Anyways.
Answer. The Republic stands to gain. The Republic will be able to supply such emergency relief at a fraction of the cost to the now reduced population. Of course, such aid would only come 4 or 5 years after the war was started. One would have to be patient and let death and destruction run its course.
Oh, God. I've shot a few machine guns in my time, too. It's funny, machine gun is probably my favorite gun type, automatic, fully automatic, in video games, but I hate machine guns in real life. Oh, oh, thank you. Pepper fire. Anyways.
Answer. Master, being a meatbag, your answer does not surprise me. You see, part of the reason an assassin droid is so effective is because it is a droid. Meatbags tend not to notice us. We are treated as furnishings.
Yep.
Statement.
See you around, Kay.
Oh, do shut up, you beeping little trash compactor. Anyway, as I was saying, droids tend to blend into the background, like a bench or a card table. Mockery. Droid, fetch this. Droid, translate that. Droid, clean out the trash compactor.
I've talked about the droid rights and droid situation like 20 times throughout this Lorerun. I don't have anything else to add. This is just more fuel to the fire here.
Part of the lullaby function comes when the furnishings pull out Tabana-powered rifles and point them at the owner's heads. My identity as an assassin droid was unknown for quite some time, even during the recent events when all that trouble occurred amongst the Jedi. I'm sure you've already heard more than enough about it, so I will spare you the details. Statement. This story may be somewhat unfamiliar to you, if not to history, so bear with me. There is a faction of meatbags called the Sith. They want what any rational meatbag would want, the power to assassinate anyone they choose at any time. In a startling turn of events, the Sith declared war on the Republic. The Republic wasn't going to stand for it, so they went to war right back.
Gasp.
Answer. Oh, who knows, Master? It is evident that the Sith would very much like to assassinate all the Jedi, which is somewhat the equivalent of cultural suicide since some Sith are Jedi or were Jedi. It is much like the circumstance I find myself in now. How do you kill such an integral part of yourself over such ethical differences? The answer, of course, is that you keep firing until all dissension has been eradicated.
I have ridden on a tank a couple times, yeah. They were disarmed tanks, but God, that was one of the most uncomfortable rides in my life. As an aside, I have fired a single sniper rifle. It was a Nagant, I want to say, but I'm not sure about that. And I actually was literally going to go back and try it again because I really liked sniper rifles, and it's probably one of the reasons I like them in games so much. But then we moved, and we couldn't find a good firing range where we moved to, and I never actually got around to doing it again. So I've literally only fired a sniper rail in real life once, as opposed to most other guns, which I could say I've fired them all over the place.
Recitation, for example.
Oh, okay, so yeah, that's all that. Okay. I think before we begin the end game, I'll go ahead and get some food. So I'll be back, guys. When I come back, I will kill save everything, because, you know. Seriously, though. I'll be back in a bit, guys. I gotta actually drive to get stuff, so it's gonna be a little bit longer. Damn it. I'll be back, and then we'll talk about Sign, and then we'll do other stuff, okay? I'll be back.